Hello everyone, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Today is Tuesday, August the 8th. Hope you all are enjoying the midweek so far. I just got back from EVO yesterday. Let me pause this so that's not getting in the way. Let me know if you can hear me clearly enough. But yeah, I just got back from EVO yesterday. It was a fun time. I was super tired though. I thought about immediately just like crashing, but I had some chores to complete before just retiring to bed. But I slept like a college student, and now I'm ready for giving my honest reflection about it. I forgot to restore chat. I don't even know if chat's working because it doesn't show anything on my end. All good? Okay, nice, perfect. Thank you, years late. Yeah, so let me get rid of the music. We're probably not gonna have background music just yet. Let me pull up. I should have gotten this ready beforehand. But anyway, just pulling up some photos. Photos make it kind of easier for me to reflect on things, because otherwise I just go through things as they come in my head, and it's pretty, it's pretty rambly. Audio is good to hear. Yeah, EVO was awesome. I mean, I can talk like on and on about how it went, but I do want to I do want to make sure to keep my words well aimed. So we'll get started with some photos once I get the scene working. But yeah, I guess I'll talk a little bit while I'm getting that ready. So EVO was good. I got there on Thursday with some other friends. We made a road trip from the LA area to Vegas. I decided to take a flight into LA instead of flying directly to Vegas. And based on other people's experiences with flight delays and the like, that seems to have been the right move. I don't regret that part, at least. I guess one thing for sure, though, is that I would have not stayed an extra night after the arena finals. I probably would have just left early, because I could catch the rest from home, and by the time it got late into Sunday night, I was pretty tired. I think the main mistake was staying for Strive. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I can talk about Strive, but this is not the time and place. But I was certainly like, that was certainly like the wrong move to stay for Strive when I wasn't really paying attention to it. Not to mention how kind of boring it was anyway. Tekken was nice too, but it was just kind of a clean sweep for Arslan. Hello, Keytalk. Good morning. I see you're probably in a different time zone, but yeah, welcome to the stream nonetheless. Over here, it's the late afternoon, but yeah, welcome to the stream. I'm getting the scene ready to show photos. I should have just done this much earlier, but it's okay. I got my royal sleep. But yeah, I should have definitely skipped the last part of Sunday. I was really there for Marvel mostly anyway, so just going there for Marvel would have been the way to go, and then maybe a little bit of Tekken, and then catch the rest at home. But SF6 was super sick, which was kind of expected anyway. So I don't regret that part, at least. Man, some of these dates are not even correct, I don't think. I'm just trying to find the chronological order so I can go through them. But yeah, definitely would have probably headed off after Tekken and then catch SS6 at home. But at least I got to see it in person, and it was pretty sick. It was unfortunate that Mena didn't close it out with his Luke Blanca duo, but he made a terrific run with those characters. Was there any game announcements in particular you were most excited to watch? UNI2, obviously. I think that was the biggest news of the whole weekend, and yet it was given such it was given such an unimportant quote unquote priority of an announcement, because it was announced before Friday even started proper. I think it was announced 9 o'clock, and most people were not even in the doors at 9 o'clock. I need to find the exact timestamp, to be honest, but I think it was announced sometime in the morning on that day. So to me, that says it was not a high priority announcement at EVO, even though that's the biggest news for a lot of people, especially in the anime community. Let me look for the tweet so I can get the exact timestamp. I just don't want to get it wrong. 10:15. So, okay, a few people were in the venue. Like people that were part of 10 a.m. pools were in the venue at that point. But most people were not in the venue. Let me go ahead and switch the scene now. If you guys can see that, let me know. But yeah, this timestamp was, let me zoom that in a little bit. You can see it's 10:15, and I'm sure it was scheduled. It wouldn't make much sense otherwise. But yeah, 10:15 right there on the 4th of August, which was a Friday. So that could have been announced maybe after or before the MBTL top 6. I was about to say top 8, and then I had to like stop myself. Like, you know, that's the story of the whole weekend, to be honest. I think everyone was so ready to like see a number of loser side matches in the, like, you know, the finals, the top 8, but no, top 6 because time, and that's you know, I can say a lot about that, but I'm not going to. After that UNI2 announcement, I'm gonna be taking Hyde off from retirement and been practicing UNICLR Melty ever since. Oh, that's nice. That's sick. Hyde is he like people think he's in a weird spot in UNICLR. But you know, he's still a cool character design wise. I think his moveset's a little boring, and the chip on normals is kind of a gimmick. I think they thought it would be like cooler than it actually was, but you know, it's whatever. Oh, you guys are not supposed to see that. This is why I didn't want to do display scene. I forgot to open what I actually wanted to open. Let me quickly hide this, and then we'll get it back. Okay, I got a couple of photos. Will never forgive Evo for scheduling the UNI2 announcement during my... Oh, that's what happened for you. Wow. Yeah, I feel that. I wasn't even inside the hall at that point. I think I was still in the line when they announced UNI2, and I was like, oh wow, okay, that's what I'm gonna do the first thing, because I had a KOF pool at 11 that I was debating on whether I should go, which I ended up doing, but I DQ'd after my second match. Funny enough, my second match was against Violent Kane, and before Evo, I haven't really talked about it much on this channel. It's been mostly in private with people that I'm close to, but you know, I haven't really been feeling fighting games for like the past 3 months or so, like 2 or 3 months. I don't know how exactly long it's been now, but that was before Evo, right? And then suddenly UNI2 gets announced, and I'm like, okay, fighting games are kind of cool again. Yeah, no, but that's unfortunate. Yeah, I was not even gonna do my KOF pool, but then, you know, UNI2 was announced, and then I'm like, okay, you know, fine, I'll do my KOF pool and then head over there right after or something. But yeah. Oh no, yeah, you don't care about tiers, you're just trying to get better. Yeah, that's the way to go. Tiers are nebulous in that game anyway. Like, everyone agrees on Batista, but you know, apart from that, like, you know, the tiers are pretty well balanced. Okay, there we go. So I got a couple photos I'll just go through. So this was what I was looking at earlier when I was trying to say a little bit about the UNI2 booth. But basically, oops, let me, forgot to restore chat. How do I do this? Streaming is hard. Okay, there we go. Now I can look at everything while talking about this. Okay, yeah, but the booth was open, I think, the minute the venue opened, and then it was available through Saturday. And Kimone was actually here on this day. He was doing interviews, he was doing PR, you know, he was playing, in fact. I think he was trying to showcase some of the new stuff characters got while he was talking about, like, the game or something. So he was there on this day, not in this picture, but at this point, I think they were just getting set up for the rest of the booth, which the stream started like, I want to say the stream started like close to midday, like maybe a little after, because I remember playing the game first, like at one of these setups, the demo setups they had here, And these demo setups were like, they seemed to just have the full game on them, like, you know, a build that had every character except for the new characters in Uni2. But they were pad only. We weren't allowed to plug in our own controllers for it, so that kind of limited how much we were able to experiment with the game. Not to mention everyone had to play first to 3 and then head off. So I called up my friend Big Monkey, and you know, we sorted out between each other that we should try to maximize the amount of time we get on the setup, because the line was pretty long at this time. So we would just use it as a kind of training mode rather than like an actual first to 2 set proper, because that's what we would have been given. But yeah, so that was that. I think there's another photo here. Yeah, this is just another angle. Again, this is all the line for Uni2, and this is early in the day. The line diminished towards the latter part, but early in the day, this was a really long line shortly after the Twitter post was made and the YouTube video uploaded. I think later, a couple of ArcSys reps showed up too, not just Kimone, but like, you know, the people you typically see in like the ArcSys announcement streams. I don't remember their names, and my apologies for that, but you normally see them doing like Strive announcements, or even like, you know, in the past, it was Arc Revo announcements. So they showed up eventually. I don't think I got a picture when they were there, but yeah. I mean, like I can talk so much about this because this was definitely the highlight of Evo for me, aside from the Uni tournament. I would have played more Uni 2 if I had time for it, but the Uni tournament took up most of my time. And then I don't remember. I honestly don't remember when this photo was taken, but yeah, this is like the character select. Did you get to play Uni 2? And what are my thoughts on what I've seen? I sure did, Ultimate. In fact, I played not just on these demo setups, but I played on the ArcSys stream, which we'll get to soon. You know, there's a lot to get through first, but we'll get to that soon. There's a VOD that was available on Twitch after the stream ended, and a couple of fellows of the Uni community also, you know, archived and uploaded. So we'll be going over that a little later down the line. I played in the King of the Hill, as well as when Kimone was up there, and you know, they were trying to seek any challengers that would dare approach him. So I was one of those fellows, those brave souls that, you know, my goal was just to experiment and show the new stuff. But Kimone was definitely he was definitely in full serious mode. Like, obviously he's the dev, so he knows his own game pretty well, but knowing is a completely different thing than being able to play your game. And he's actually extremely skilled. I think he's up there with like the other high level players in Japan that we would be accustomed to seeing back in the heyday of the game. You're going to die and are given two choices. You go to purgatory, you are cloned, and one of you gets sent to hell and the other goes to heaven. Which choice do you take? Wait, what? D-Blizzard, are you good? But yeah, who's your favorite player you got to meet? Abigail. I have a picture earlier. Actually, I skipped the picture I had with. Oops, I double clicked there, but I skipped the picture I had with ET. This was the first picture I took. I saw him while walking to the venue. Wait, no, this was Thursday. So I think this was while we were walking to the badge line. I caught him, and you know, little did I know that he would finish second place. But of course, ET's the legend in KOF, so needed to make sure to drag him aside and get a picture before anything started. But anyway, like other than ET, probably Abigail. Abigail was, I think, the second to last photo I took, and you know, he's a sick player to watch in Marvel 3 if you guys watch that game. ET is Taiwanese. He's like probably Taiwan's best player. But yeah, Kimone was smoking Spoink Man with Hilda, and it was wild. Yeah, no, dude, Kimone knows how to play. Also, what's up, Twing? Kimone knows how to play every single character, pretty competently. When I played him, he was playing Batista on pad, mind you, and he was cooking me too. So the guy knows his stuff. It's honestly like really impressive, because a lot of people aren't. Again, I've mentioned this before, but like when you're a developer for your own game, you are not very often like necessarily trying to get good at a competitive level with your game, like more so just to iron out your game, ensure that the bugs are fixed and stuff, right? But he's like a high level player equivalent in this game, so it's really cool. And this was on pad, mind you. He mainly plays on stick. He was telling me actually when I played him, again we'll get to it, but he was telling me that he saw the drone, because I was playing on drone 2 this weekend. I normally play on MadCatz EGO, the Sama stick, but I was playing on drone 2 that weekend because it's compatible with PS5 and everything. And he was saying that he wanted to get one. He was like, "Oh, this is a new stick," and I'm like, "Yeah." So yeah, the fact that he was playing on pad is like, man, he had to handicap himself, and he still smoked me, And I'm sure I heard he was also cooking some other people. CG was the one that gave him the strongest run for his money, which is to be expected. I think CG is a strong player, so yeah. His laughing as he performs the 50-50 in the beat drill, yeah, yeah. I was laughing first though, so it was good. It was all fun and games. I personally don't mind. I thought it was a good moment. So the laughter was appropriate, and I was complimenting his cool moves with Batista, which some people take that a certain way, but it was all fun and games, I can assure you. Does Kamone speak English? His English is he's like, I think, actively learning it. He doesn't like speak fully, like intermediate level, but he understands like enough English, I'd say. Yeah, no, exactly. You can tell like the passion in terms of the fighting game gameplay. Like whenever you play like the older Melty Bloods, or even like Under Night over the 10 years it's been around, which is crazy to think of. But yeah, every single one of the games, like you can tell that he loves them, and there's a lot of passion imbued. So it's really cool to see. But yeah, sorry, I want to keep going. This is like the little self shill, I guess. This is the poster. I think in an earlier photo it was visible. There we go. Right here. Like you could just sign the poster with whatever you wanted. One of my friends, Big Monkey, signed it with our little FTC ECLA logo. This was this is a bit of a time jump. So there's a lot that happened before this. Basically, let me go back to this photo. So I think I took this photo while I was in line. Like, I don't think I was on the demo setup just yet. But basically, this was still pretty early into the people that got the chance to play the demo. And at this point, it wasn't known yet that Vorpal Strip was gone. Basically, when I was playing with Big Monkey, we were just trying out a bunch of random things that the Nonisa channel wanted. And then I randomly was like, let me try doing Vorpal Strip, because that would seem to be something that would change in a major version jump of the game, right? And after I had done it, I noticed that Big Monkey's Vorpal status wasn't gone, and that's like a huge deal, right? Because that was a huge component of the meta, especially like post-COVID. Everyone was talking about like Wagner danger time, and even like without characters that don't have a quote unquote danger time, right? Being able to remove their Vorpal, like remove their possibility of chain shifting on wake up or mid block string, is a big deal. That's not only meter game, that's also like an opportunity to make like the best decision you can on defense. So, and then that was on top of the damage bonus, which was huge for characters like Wagner and Hilda. That was on top of the fact that you get to like meter dump more easily with the time you have in Veil Off. Honestly, Veil Off was pretty crazy, like looking back. And to think that it was even crazier in the first version of the game, Uni 1.0, or like 1.x, whatever you want to call it. Vanilla Uni, basically. Like in that game, Veil Off was pretty insane. The 200 meter Veil Off actually launched the opponent in the air, on top of grid breaking them on hit no matter what. There's a lot of other things too. But yeah, so this, like at this point, like I hadn't played yet, but when we got online, we tested the Vorpal Strip, we tested some other Nonisa things. Nonisa got like a new tandem top move, like that's similar to basically carbon copy of Milia's move from Guilty Gear, right? And it seems pretty good for what it's worth, but it's not like she got that much compared to other characters like maybe Batista herself or even Carmine, who still needs a lot of exploration for his new moves. But yeah, I wanted to say that because there's like a little time gap before that picture. So this was just before not before. I think this was just after I played on the King of the Hill booth. Basically Arx used to stream like a little after midday, which was after I had tried the demo out, and they allowed people to just play on the setup, the stream setup, whatever the game's called, Under Night 2. But you're allowed to stay on if you win. So I was like, okay, let me try to maximize my time on the stage while also keep like ensuring that I win if possible, right? So I was trying my best to like sandbag a little bit and show off the moves while staying on the setup as long as I could, right? Like, you know, naturally, the King of the Hill metagame. But after a while, like I think I faced 3 people before having to face Geo Commander, who's right there in this picture. I'm not sure if you can see my mouse, but yeah, it looks like you can. But yeah, I faced Geo Commander, and I was like, okay, I gotta take this a little seriously, right? And we'll watch the VOD after I go through the photos. But I like at first in the first round, I think I beat him pretty badly in that round, and I was like, okay, let me step back because I still want to play for as long as I can. But I ended up like kind of goofing around a little too much, so he beat me fair and square. My time on the King of the Hill setup was done. And then Kimone was right there on the side, so I decided to take a picture with him and then ask him like a couple of questions that were off the record, just so that I could try to get the best response out of him, right? Like, you know, you just gotta not catch him off guard, but still ask the right questions. Unfortunately, I still pinch myself to this moment, but oops, I forgot to ask him if crossplay was in the game, and that just escaped my mind in the moment. But I did ask him about the release date and then about how many characters there would be. The characters point, he said, like, you could look in the trailer, but I can't say much right now. And then the release date, he said it was based on Arxes. So I guess the early 2024 release is pretty much the best we're going to get in terms of information right now. But yeah, that was a nice moment. And then, of course, I played him later that day on the same stream booth. And then this was the Product L. I didn't take a lot of photos over here, but one of my friends was in charge of, not in charge, but like he was working the booth. And Product L is a pretty fun game. I had a lot of difficulty getting used to the movement at first, but I think it was I was like just bad with the controls because I didn't really make a good effort at trying to learn the controls beforehand. I know they put a lot of effort into the graphics and the videos, but I didn't really have time to look at those. So yeah, that's just kind of on me and not really them. And then, but yeah, I should say a little more about this, I guess, because I don't have a lot of photos for it. So I played I played the 2v2 mode. We played against like a pair of randoms, and I played on the same team as another one of my friends from FGC, UCLA, Zenryoku. Check out his channel if you can. It's at Zenryoku FGC. But yeah, we played together. Honestly, I thought there would be like more trouble getting us like coordinated or synced up, but it turned out to not be too bad. Like I felt like just with like game sense alone, you could get an idea of when you should step in for your teammate and like either burst or tag them out. But there's like super easy, like low-hanging fruit for toxicity, I feel. So I think doing the 2v2 with like another random online is just going to be nasty. Literally League of Legends in a fighting game, which I'm not interested in. But with a friend offline, even online in VC, I think it's perfect. And it was a lot of fun. I will say they need to add Fiora to the game. Otherwise, I'm going to be bored with the current selection of characters or the section of characters they might be considering. Because right now we know of Jinx and Katarina, but I think Fiora would be a nice touch because she already kind of has a fighting game-esque moveset. And then after we played, FlyQuest was there. They had not only a booth, but they had all their like media stuff. And they've recently been getting into like FGC stuff, I think in preparation for Product L specifically. But they happened to pull us aside, Zenryoku and I, to do like a quick interview. I'm not even sure where they're uploading that interview, to be honest. But if it's on the internet somewhere already, then we'll try to find it later. But yeah, they interviewed us. I gave my honest answers. The way I carry myself, I try not to talk that much about League as if I'm an expert in it. But I did play League for a good stint in high school and middle school, like late middle school. So unfortunately, when the league questions came up, like I did know what they were talking about, and I couldn't like pretend not to know. So yeah, I'm hoping that the league crossover won't be for the worst, but it does seem that they have a pretty like grounded direction for the player base they want to target, because there's a lot of like marketing they're doing towards the FGC right now, especially with that video they had just before Evo where they were playing on the fight sticks. They weren't playing on pads, they weren't playing on keyboard, which would be like the most expected thing, right? But they were playing on arcade sticks. And considering that this game is not really like input intensive, that was pretty surprising. Like that to me felt like they're aiming for a certain level of optics here, that it's pretty clear what they're going for. Anyway, I think that's a little more than I wanted to talk about Project L. This photo is just one of my friends playing in this Tekken tournament. This was on Friday, I believe. Again, there's just so much going on the day, so these photos we can probably speed through. This is I caught Ray. He got sponsored by Flycrest recently, speaking of, so that was really cool, good for him. But yeah, this was on Friday. I don't think he played Marvel 3 at that point yet, so yep. And then this was a bit later in the day, grand finals of Virtua Fighter. I played in the Virtua Fighter side tournament, and unfortunately this is the only side tournament I got a chance to play in, because all the other ones I wanted to play in, UNICLR, which I had to run, so I couldn't play in it, and then BlazBlue, which was the same time as UNICLR, I couldn't play in that either. So Virtua Fighter was the only one I played in. I got washed as was expected, because I didn't really practice, and my skill level is still like pretty elementary, so my opponents found like very easy ways to like exploit my weaknesses. This is a photo I took for a friend. He's interested in the indie game. And then there's a lot of other like random photos I took. I don't want to go through each individual one, but there are a few. Let me see. I mean, I can go through a few of them, I guess, because some of them are like after things closed. This was Hiso Tensoku. I know one of my friends really likes this game, so they had this at BOIOC. A lot of people were gathered around. Unfortunately, I caught them when there weren't as many people there, but yeah. Just trying to see if there's anything else I can skip straight to before we talk about the good stuff. Yeah, I mean, like, there weren't a lot of people here at the time I took these photos, so unfortunate. This is like, I guess, a glimpse of the venue, how it was set up if you weren't there. SNK had a nice booth, but Uni stole the show from me, so I didn't get a chance to play at this booth at all. But they did give away a couple of goodies for the fans that came in early enough. This was after day one, so I think they ran out of the Garo promo poster, but they still had the other things that are not marked out here. Yeah, it was a nicely set up booth. I think they made good use of their space, unlike a certain anime company. Chipotle Community Lounge. This was a cool booth setup too, but since everyone was probably at their pools, I don't think a lot of people made use of this necessarily. This was probably more so for like the people that weren't entered in tournaments were probably just spectating. Oh, glad to see the event was fun for you. Was this the first Evo I've been to? Yes, this was my first Evo. I had planned on, it was my intent to have gone much earlier than this year, but circumstances never worked out until this exact year. So this is my first time indeed. It's like the back of the SNK booth. Project L. People were still here. This was like, I think, 8 o'clock or something, or 9 o'clock. And people were actually still playing Project L at this time. I didn't get the shot of it, but yeah. Oh yeah, the Arxie's timeline. This is cool. I'm a bit confused why, where is it? I'm a bit confused why UNIL is here and also UNICLR. There's UNICLR. I'm confused why those are there. See, Eunice is not even here, which is weird. Yeah, I don't know. That was strange, but I get it. The games they're involved in, fair enough. It's just that there's a lot of people that are confused whether Arxie's actually developed Uni or not. because apparently one of the uploads that IGN did put Arxes as a developer in the description, so I think that made it like a lot more confusing for people. We won't talk about Crunchyroll, but one thing I will say, like, I think their space was definitely too big considering how many people were actually there. Like, usually when I walked by, there weren't a lot of people at this area, and you know, I get it, right? Like, it's anime, it's not necessarily directly fighting game related, and I didn't get it in this shot, but they were promoting Street Fighter Duel, which is a mobile game not a lot of people would be interested in. So I guess unfortunate in that regard, but it's good that Evo would manage to secure that sponsorship still, because it kind of makes them like have more opportunities at reaching a wider audience. You heard about Project L. How's the reception for it so far? I think most people like view it positively. It's still pretty early though, right? Like they don't have a lot of characters just yet, and there's still a lot of gameplay mechanics they're working on, I think. So, you know, who knows where they are in it. I personally thought it was cool. I don't really have strong like things against it or like in favor of it. I'll wait a little bit closer to when it's like about to release, but I had fun playing it when I did. So yeah. The arcade, I did a video for not did a video, but like I recorded like a long walkthrough of the arcade, and it's huge. Honestly, they had a lot of cabinets here. I didn't get a chance to play any of these, sadly. There's the venue map. You know, photos when people were actually. I think this was Saturday because, you know, I think this is like ascending order, so it's probably Saturday. Yeah, a little bit of artist alley. This rug was super cool. I wanted to buy this, but it was $200, and I didn't think I had space to carry it back. So unfortunate. But this rug is sick. Just the UNI2 promotional art. There's Cheatbox, MBTL top 6. Kamone was watching the top 6 at this time. This is actually Jimmy J Tran and Jing playing right here. Probably the best match of the entire top 6, and I saw Kamone was watching from afar, so I decided to get a shot of it. Oh yeah, no, $200 for the rug, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean it's a nice rug, but you know, I'm not doing that. I'm not spending 200 on it. But yeah, Kamone was watching the top 6, so I thought about talking to him, but you know, given that he wasn't like sitting in the crowd, he was probably watching it as like a normal spectator, so you know, I didn't want to bother him. And yeah, Jimmy J Tran was definitely cooking people. Like that was probably the biggest surprise of the whole weekend. Apparently he had been like training for quite a while in secret, but I don't know the full details on that. But yeah, I think I don't remember where this was. I think this is like Strive. Yeah, looks like Strive. Yeah, the convention was packed. Obviously, Street Fighter 6 and Strive are gonna do that. There's Kamone talking with the guy's name escapes me, but he's like the Arxes rep for whenever they do PR stuff. There's Liberal Terminator. This is Marvel Pools. This is Tong in Marvel Pools. I think there's another shot of like a high profile player. Yeah, PR Raw was apparently just doing training mode of combos during Marble Pools, so I just like, okay, let me just see if I can get a picture of that. But yeah, that was cool. This was a Ken cosplayer. This was a it's weird to call this FGC UCLA because it wasn't quite like, not everyone here is like from UCLA, but this is like everyone in this picture is in our Discord server, so technically is part of the FGC UCLA community. We wanted to do a group photo because, you know, chances like these don't come very frequently. So that was this. And the picture was taken by Ninja Nam, who, you know, I kind of messed up the interaction of asking him for the picture, but he took the picture for us, so that was the important part. I don't remember what this was, but some picture of pools. This was, I don't even know when I had time to take this picture, to be honest, but this was just before UNICLR started, I think. People were playing casuals. This was definitely during the tournament. I think this was like a more calm time of the tournament that I had the chance to take this picture, but obviously not the best shot. Deeps versus Twing. I think this is losers semis of the pool. So this was definitely a big match. And they actually played each other in winners too. And I want to say Twang won it. So Twang got the double jeopardy against Deeps. Pretty funny. But yeah, this is like a better shot of that. Same moment in time, but showing the stream match that was going on at the same time. This was the top 8 photo before we started the top 6, because basically they told me to take the top 8 photo, and then I realized that, oh yeah, the only top 6 is going to be streamed anyway, so we should just do the top 6 photo. But it turned out that they wanted this photo still after the fact, so it was like, okay, sure. But yeah, this was during the top 6. Like the stream setup they gave us, obviously it wasn't the stage. Like we can see it in the other photo. Oops. Right there is the stage for the community games. We weren't given that, unfortunately. We were just given the pod table, which was a nice and professional production, mind you, but it still wasn't the grand, environment or scenery that the other games got, unfortunately. But it was still cool. The matches were good. This is so meta. I was watching the stream from my laptop because they told me to moderate the chat. It was weird, but whatever. But yeah, I think I was just watching the stream, which unfortunately was delayed, of course. This is I'm not sure if you guys know Chino Funky. He's a Peruvian KOF player that finished second at CEO, and he joined one of our tournaments that we ran in preparation for EVO, HCUCLA, that is, like a couple weeks ago. So I wanted to make sure to see him at EVO, and it was pretty happy of a coincidence, actually, because I didn't think I would see him because I didn't message him directly, but I happened to see him walking by after uni finished, and we took the photo. So it was cool. He's a cool guy. Top 6 photo, top 3 photo, Jabali, Abigan, and I think that's it. This is just Sunday stuff. Sunday was kind of, I said it earlier in the stream, but Sunday was, I mean, SF6 carried it. I'll say that. Like, it was fun, and I loved cheering for KBR, but like, I felt like it was kind of obvious that the Zoop was gonna ruin the whole vibe, because Marvel 3 is an over 10-year-old game, and people have optimized that game to death now. So spectator-wise, it's still a good game, mind you, but zero touch of deaths are sleeper. They are terrible for esports. So that definitely got things off to a good old start. But yeah, and then of course Tekken was nice, but the grand finals was like a clean sweep for Arslan, so not much to say. And that was apparently expected anyway, so not much to say at all. Strive was Strive. SF6 was cool, but it unfortunately had a lot of weight to carry. It would have been cool to see like KOF on Sunday, but I'm biased obviously with that, and the other 4 games that made it to Sunday were reasonable. My issue with Sunday, like I kind of already hinted at it, but like I just got tired by the end of it. And the top 6, like trading top 6 for the number of ads that we received. What? Oh, just need a more Doom Phoenix to pound. Yeah, I mean, it would have been cool to see like Ryan LV make the top 6, or like, Escalante. Escalante actually made top 8, but top 6 was streamed, and that completely changes the whole perception, right? Because that's not streamed on the same day, nor is it streamed on the same stage. Imagine if we saw Escalante, or we saw I think there was another More Doom player actually that was let me check quickly. I want to say there was another More Doom player that that lost just at top 8, and would have certainly changed the narrative going into Sunday if we had gone to see that. Yeah, RF, yeah. Yeah, actually, this match was like one of the biggest because Spartan Throne eliminated RF on the previous day, and it was one of the last matches of the day. That was definitely like a big storyline on that day because Spartan Throne was a completely like unexpected, like, you know, dark horse going into the Marvel 3 finals. And RF is probably Japan's strongest Marvel 3 player, but uh, I'd feel like any day he would beat RF, right? And it just so happened that Spartan Throne was on one and had his number and all of that. He was playing really clutch. So, but imagine if we got to see that proper, like, you know, culminating with everything that happened on Sunday as part of top 8. But it was excuse me, it was top 6, which you know, I'm trying my best to be nice about it, but I do not like I do not see the point of top 6 when they just play more ads and purposely dude, SF6 so blatantly padded out. That one was awful. I hated that so much. And I was among those that were cheering whenever they played a KOF, or not KOF, a Chipotle ad, because, you know, free burritos is sick, and Chipotle is definitely one of my go-to lunch options. But they milked those ads like a ton, and during SF6 it was the most abominable. So I think the sacrifice of top 8 was definitely not worth it. But yeah, anyway, funny enough too. So we got there, our group, like including some FC UCLA guys and people from North County, San Diego. We got there pretty early, and this was like 9 o'clock or between 9 and 10 or something, like before Marvel, basically, right? And once once they like got their stuff ready, they showed I think they showed a literal anime episode. It was pretty funny. I have no idea what anime it was, but like everyone thought it was like a long ad, like, or like, you know, Crunchyroll sponsorship related thing, right? But they literally just showed some random. Okay, like obviously I'm ignorant, right? So I'm thinking it's random anime, but some people knew what it was, and I forgot the name of it. Some long anime name as usually goes, but they literally showed an anime episode, and potentially it was like spoiler too, because it was like the first episode of a new season. So like imagine like all the people that are there, you know, getting ready for Marvel 3 and they just show a full episode of some random anime without any context. I think that was off-putting. I think like after I realized that it wasn't an ad, I was just like, okay, I'll just play Bleach Dark Souls. And there's a photo of I think it's earlier. I want to say it's like one of the first photos. Oh no, actually no, it's not. It's oh yeah, okay, it's here. But yeah, I was in line. I was playing Bleach Dark Souls at this arena, which, you know, a lot of people, right? But I was playing Bleach Dark Souls during that anime episode because I was not about to sit through 30 minutes of some random isekai for all I knew, right? So, but anyway, this was during Tekken, I think. And then this is like just the credits. But okay, that's enough for photos. I have videos too, but I think it takes too long to get through those, and we want to get to the important stuff, which is the UNI2 demo. I know that all of you are mostly here for that, so let's get to that. Let me switch the scene before we get to that. But yeah, UNI2, right? This game is it's like both like a small jump and a big jump from UNICLR. It has the UNICLR foundation, which means that every learning I was about to say SNK, every learning that French Bread has gotten from their previous games, which includes UNICLR mainly because that was the game that had a lot of polish over time. But yeah, it had the foundation of UNICLR, which is a very good thing. And the way French Bread rolls is that they usually allow for legacy skill to carry between games, even if it's like a major title update like this one is. Wait, did I not save the VOD? Are you serious? I just have to look through history. But yeah, yeah, it's a major jump, but it's still like comfortable enough where people that played UNICLR will have a significant head start. Because you can, in fact, just pretty much play the same game that you did in UNICLR, at least for the most part. Not the case for every character. Like, some characters like Wagner, at least the way people play Wagner, that's going to change a lot, for sure. I have no idea where this video is in my... Oh, okay, there we go. Okay. All right, there we go. Nice. Yeah, one of the things about this is a lot of people played certain ways in UNICLR with certain characters. For example, Hilda, Wagner. Those are like examples of characters that are definitely going to change a lot in UNI2 because the veil off changes heavily affect how people play those characters in Claire. But otherwise, the base is intact. Now, the two biggest changes are probably the new mechanic called creeping edge, which is 3D. It's like a command roll. Which VOD is it? I think it's this VOD. I did it a couple of times in some of the initial matches, but creeping edge is like a frame one. It's basically a KOF roll, but with like even more recovery than roll has in KOF 15, which, by the way, roll in KOF 15 has quite a bit of recovery. Let me move the chat somewhere different, like maybe here. But yeah, roll in KOF 15 has a lot of recovery. And in UNI2 it has even more than that. I might need to pull Cheezy in right now. Let me go ahead and message him because Cheezy's going to be on later for some non-SS specific discussion. So let me go ahead and message him. I'll let this play in the meantime. But yeah. Streaming is difficult, guys. My goodness. How do I personally like the remixes, new UI, etc.? I know some people are mixed on the select screen and whatnot. I think it's cool. I especially like this versus screen and the pre-round text. It's definitely esportsified. They removed all the esoteric gibberish, but and you know, I personally was a huge fan of it. Like, I thought it was what's the word? There's a specific word for it. It escapes me right now, but like, I thought it was cool, basically, right? It had a lot of personality and character, but the new UI and the new stylizations are really nice, so I'm not really complaining much about it. And the fact that it allows people to distinguish, like, okay, this is a new game, this is like a new entry into the series, I think that helps a lot with that. I think time to move the chat again. This is hard. But yeah, let me rewind a little bit now that we're about to start actually talking about this, right? Sorry, bear with me, guys. I probably need to stream more often just to get the experience. Move things over and then we'll be good to go. The magenta filter on most of the stages is something I'm really mixed on. Fair enough. That was definitely something I noticed immediately, and I thought that there were new stages, but then I realized that the stages are all the same. So that definitely like disappointed me a little bit. There we go. But yeah, yeah, I agree with you. The stages having that little magenta hue is, I think it's cool, but it's definitely, I think it would be cooler to have like new stages outright. Apparently they might have like rebuilt the stages in some way, and I'm not fully sure on that, but that's what I had heard someone else say. So yeah, obviously the things with the character select, the pre-round stuff, all of the voice acting apparently has been redone. There might have been some same voice actors, but a lot of the voice lines were redone specifically. The music was re-recorded, and people relative. I should pause, rewind here. But the music is re-recorded, and people generally like it. Obviously, the counter hit is no longer distinguished from high counter like it was before, so that's a big deal too. You could have sworn there were 2 new stages in the trailer. Oh, maybe. Okay, sorry, I meant the demo. The demo. I should say the demo, because there probably are new stages. But what I mean is like in the demo there were no new stages. So yeah, my bad there. Everything I'm talking about is on the demo. But yeah, so you know, there's all those things that are new. I'm not sure if the audios can be heard, but anyway, no matter. I'm sure you guys can hear it. Rewind again, right here. So I was trying, like, as I was saying earlier. Oh no, you're good. You're good. Don't worry about it. You're chilling. But yeah. As I said earlier in the stream, when I was playing on the uni booths, my goal was to like mainly show off the new stuff and like kind of experiment with incorporating that into the things that people already do in UNICLR. So in the case of Nanasa, that's pretty easy. Her new move is the tandem top move. It's 2-2x, and it's something you can just tack on to at the end of your combo. Like if you do 2C into 2-2x or dash B as an ender into 2-2x, those are easy things to incorporate, right? But I was also trying to test out the roll, and it seems like if you whiff it, so I whiffed it here, I think I did. But if you whiff it, then you lose grid. Let me see what happens here. Yeah, I lost grid there, and it loses a pretty like big amount of grid. Like obviously it doesn't outright cost grid. You can still do it if you have no grid, but it's the same as like force function, where if you don't have any grid to lose, then your opponent instead gains the grid. So it's like negative. Like that one is probably not any better. So it's similar to force function, where it's not something you want to abuse, but if you use it at the right moment, it seems like it can be very effective. Again, Nanasa didn't get like a ton of changes, but I think the system changes and the fact that this move exists, those 2 things alone do add a lot of new dimensions to her game plan. But otherwise, you know, I was like, here I was just, for the most part, just playing how I already played in UNICLR. Not too many new things. I could have done the roll there. I think I did eventually do the roll in Boxstone at some point. But some early like speculations that were eventually ruled out was that you could guard cancel into the roll, but in fact that was just people just shielding, and then shielding of course reduces the block stun, and in some cases increases the landing recovery of your opponent. And if you do roll, like if you're like mashing roll afterwards, that might cause you to like roll very quickly after the block stun, right? Which people assumed was a guard cancel, but it's not quite one. Now it doesn't rule out that the fact that there might be a guard cancel kind of role in the game, and we'll just call it creeping edge from now on, or 3D to make it clear. But basically, since you can't do it out of block stun, you can only do it like as a thing in neutral, or like, you know, you mash it during a reversal, then I think it will be relatively easy for people to catch, especially because there were a lot of situations like here. I can rewind here. For this situation, let me slow it down a little bit. So here I green shielded, right? But then I like right away, like this was not the same green shield. This is that string that Photon does is not a true block string. So there effectively like mashing 3D was effective. I can't see my hands if I was actually mashing it, but I think that's a situation where like if the opponent's doing a high recovery move, then it makes a lot of sense to use the roll. But I think in this case, my opponent might have still been able to act. It's just that it was like a bit of a startle. So might have caught them off guard a little bit. But as you can see, like you do gain grid for successful creeping edge. Not a lot of it, but enough where you'll notice. And at least like you don't lose grid if it succeeds. So I think it'll definitely be a defensive option people would make use of. And it's helpful for new players too, because a lot of times you're like, you know, how do I get out of the corner? How do I know when it's my turn? Well, now you can use the roll as a nice way of universally getting out of those long pressure sequences. And even if you get punished off the roll, it at least gives you an idea of, okay, this is where I could have pressed my offensive, rather than having to win the cycle and then mashing CS at a proper interval in the block string, which is not always easy to do. So I think this is going to be a nice mechanic all across the board at all levels. A lot of people don't think the same about that, but those people, you know, I understand why they would think that way. It's not really clear cut how it will be used, and in many cases it seems to be a detriment to use it because of how long the recovery is. A lot of the times people were like, for example, you can whiff Byakuya's 2C, and then like, yeah, you know, if they did the creeping edge and Byakuya whiffs 2C, Byakuya still has time to recover and punish the roll. It's like pretty crazy how long recovery it has. And I'm not sure if that'll look the same in the release build of the game, but nonetheless it's good data for French Bread to see what they can work with on creeping edge of the mechanic itself. As you can see here, like we're just going through the colors. They have like the same colors they had in Claire, I think, but the difference is that you're allowed some custom color slots, which is huge. That's a really cool thing now. I'm not a huge fan of most of the colors. The only reason I picked this Nanase color is this might be the first time I've even said this on record, but let me make sure I get the name right on this character. But there's a Bleach character by the name of Mashiro Kuna, one of the Vizards, and this color, like at least the palette itself kind of matches Mashiro. It's not entirely one-to-one, but let me see if I can just drag it into the window briefly. But like this like I don't really like this character that much, but I like Bleach a lot, so you know I wanted something that closely matches that. But anyway, yeah, I think it's cool that they have custom colors now, because MBTL had them, and people liked that, so it'll be cool to work with custom colors in this game that you can use online. We'll analyze these matches in more detail once Cheezy comes, because you know right now I just want to give some general thoughts on the game, and then we can go to the specifics, like you know what Nanase can do with her moves now and what differences they have with UNICLR. And then of course we'll also go over my match with Komone, which is not in this VOD, it's in the next VOD, but yeah, nonetheless, we'll get there. One thing I will say is that some of the hits done seems like minorly different, like not super different. But one thing I noticed is that I couldn't delay J2C after JC, charge JC as much. Sorry, charge J2C. as much from charge JC. Like, you know, that's part of Nonus's bread and butter combo, right? So that of course could be like placebo very easily, but it was still something I noticed. You think other elements from Lumina will bleed over into Uni like boss rushes? Probably. The single player content does need to be better than it was in Claire, though, in my opinion. Like, Claire was like decent, but I think fighting games for a long time have had a pretty low standard for single player content, and that sort of thing is almost just as good at improving the longevity of the game as good online play is. Like, there's a reason why I've been playing like Bleach, Dark Souls kind of non-stop for the past couple months, even though it's delay based and it's a DS game, for crying out loud. Like, the single player content in that game is like really above average. So I think the game does need to have something like that, and hopefully it does. But you know, if SF6 is anything to go by, having those sorts of things is really good for the image of the game long term, and then also it just helps out with reaching more audiences other than the exact audience that is the competitive fighting game community, right? So plus R MOM mode needs to return in some variant or form. I've never played MOM mode. Is it anything like Abyss mode in BlazBlue? Because I played Abyss mode, and Abyss mode is just okay. I think it's not the best, but it's definitely like a good go-to mode for messing with cool things in BlazBlue. I don't remember what we were talking about here, but this is the second person I faced. What was Abyss mode? Basically, you descend into like the depths of Kagutsuchi, which is like one of the towns of BlazBlue story mode. You face like a number of opponents in a best of one round, and after you beat them, you can like apply power-ups. And the power-ups range from like increasing your damage, increasing your health, giving you slightly more speed. Some of the power-ups are character specific, maybe. I think, I'm not sure if I'm remembering that incorrectly, but yeah. As you go on, like, the opponents get harder and harder, and there are some checkpoints where you can like save your progress. There's some bosses that have like power spikes, I think. It's been a while. The last time I played Abyss mode was Continuum Shift Extend, which was in 2013. So a long time ago. Oh, okay. It's a bit faster than Abyss mode, much more like pseudo deck builder, where the cards are the stats you choose at the end of the match, and the deck is the stats of the character. I see. Okay, yeah, that would be cool to have. I mean, something that would spice up the single player a little bit would be a lot better. It would go a long way. Because I think Uni single player is like definitely not really that memorable, except for the trial mode, which is great for YouTube. But you know, after you complete them, you've completed them, right? You're not really trying to like improve your time or mess around with different builds. You just complete it. Oh yeah, okay. This routing hasn't changed, which is awesome. That was something I was afraid of for sure. Let me see what the starter was. Was it regular? Yeah, okay, it was regular 2D6A. But yeah, that routing hasn't changed. It was made more stable initially in UNICLR. Basically, like, you dash under them after charge J2C, and then you do 3B, 214B, but you have to delay the 214B for them to like be low enough, that kind of thing. But anyway, I'm glad that still works. It's a cool combo route. Man, streaming is hard. Cheezy, you'll have to carry me on this one. We'll bring him in after this one, after this match. Kind of wish shareable custom trials is a thing after seeing Kimona try those Akatsuki trials on stream today. Oh, he did? That would be cool, actually. Yeah, that would certainly like make single player a lot better. Like that would give a massive boost to it without much effort. I feel like they wouldn't have to do that much in order to like that's a small thing they can do to improve the single player. That would go a long way. So I agree. Yeah, a lot of people were curious whether the frame data might have changed. Like I really doubt it for a character like Nanase especially, because her frame data was pretty reasonable. Like obviously above average, but still reasonable. It's nothing too crazy. Characters like Seth and Yuzuriha probably had the crazier frame data. Oh, okay, guard thrust. I think I did it earlier, but they changed the way guard thrust works in this game. You can see that I'm grid broken, right? I got thrown earlier after green shielding, after low green shielding a charged JC of Carmine's, or it might have been like I just straight up low shielded it and not that I got thrown. But you can see I'm grid broken, and in UNICLR you can't guard thrust if you're grid broken, right? But you can see that guard thrust takes 100 meter, and of course if you're grid broken it's not going to take any grid, but I think when you have grid it just takes away all your grid. I believe that's how it works, and we can see if the Carmine player gets grid here after the guard thrust. Nope, did not happen. So I guess, yeah, it just straight up cost 100 meter. That might be it. I heard people say like it takes away your grid, but I never saw that personally. But it certainly does take 100 meter, and the input for it has changed. It used to be in UNICLR and earlier games 214D and block stun, and now it's forward ABC and block stun. I can type that in chat because that's a little bit weird to say, but 6 ABC is the input, which makes it like that's a huge deal. Someone noted that if you want to do VO, or you have enough meter for VO, which you will if you want to guard thrust, if you want to guard thrust and you have enough meter for VO, which you will, and your opponent does like their block string a little weirdly such that you're not in blocks anymore, and you try to do the new guard thrust, then you actually get VO instead, which in some cases could be good or bad. It really depends. To be honest, it has the same effect of getting them off you, but VO has much more recovery than... I mean, I said much more, actually, now that I think about it, guard thrust is kind of bad recovery too. In fact, like maybe there's not really much of a difference. Maybe you'd prefer VO in many cases, because you at least get to get the damage bonus and the timer. But yeah, that's, now that I think about it, I never actually thought through that enough. Maybe you do prefer VO still. Guard thrust has always been like a weird mechanic in this game specifically, because for some reason they just made it worse than other games guard cancels. It's strange. But yeah, worth noting that. And you can notice how the Carmine player was able to block on reaction after the 2A, and technically they would have been able to punish, but they went for a run-up throw, which got the job done anyway since I had low health. Yeah, I mean, otherwise, I think the rest of the, the nerdy specifics we can talk about when Cheezy comes. So I can go ahead and get him on. Let me send him a message. See, get my headphones. Oh, actually, no, I don't think I need headphones. Let me see if this works. Hey, can you hear me? Okay, oops. Volume's pretty low, so let me turn it up a little bit. Okay, can you hear me? Okay, nice. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, let me go ahead and give you that. Let me know if you can see it.
Yep, I see it.
Okay, perfect. And yeah, everyone, this is Cheezy. He's one of the premier Nonisa players in the Uni Discord. So, yeah, give him a great big welcome.
So, hi everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the first time I've done this, so we'll try our best for this. But yeah, right now I think this is the day one demo VOD that you uploaded. We got through like the first match or so. I think it was like against a Hyde player, and I showed a little bit of I talked a little bit about the new stuff, but not really like in too much depth. So we can talk about it in more depth in this moment.
Gotcha. Are you under the Undernight category?
Uh, I'm sorry. Can you say that one more time?
Oh, are you streaming on YouTube?
Yeah, I'm streaming on YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah. The YouTube categories are not as easy to navigate, but I think it's still under UNICLR. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's got all three of the thoughts. So this is the first King of the Hill, I think.
Yes, that's right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I talked a little bit about. Oh, actually, this is a good thing to talk about right now, right there. There was one clip I saw you posted in the Unicord for Air 5B into Charge 5C. I should say like Ground 5B into Charge 5C against an airborne opponent. That confirmed, like this confirm would have worked in UNICLR as well, but I had to delay the Charge 5Z a little more because like he was just too high.
I think the clip was actually the because me and Boltstruck were trying to figure out how much hits done the disc had actually.
Oh.
Because we were first. Because my theory is that T2A is going to be kind of like Elbum's gunshot in like honestly a lot of respects because like it doesn't combo on I mean maybe it combos on non-counter hit with EX. Elnum kind of has troubles doing that, but I mean we have EXOR card, but like a disc counter hit probably combos by resourceless. And then the question was when you have a super act, like when you have a really meaty like you do 2-2B and then someone runs into it because that shit looks like super active.
Mm-hmm.
There was concern that like you missed a 5B dash and then initially it looked like it was just like immediate, like it just you immediately 5B, but I was going frame by frame and it looked like there was just like a lot of dead frames, so it's not as bad as we thought. But the other one is 2-2C.
Mm-hmm.
The hits done scaling on that might kind of be bad. I think it's when you play the VAT. I don't remember. Whenever we get to him, but there was you, or maybe it was the comment. I don't know. So you did 2cc and it looks like it hit twice, and I don't know whether it's like it prorates it hard because it hits twice, kind of like 214C, but it like really, like you did 2-2C and then just immediate 9 charge JC, and it was like three frames away from like, well, it dropped, but it was like 3 frames away from connecting. So if like it did it that early in the combo, that's kind of like, we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. There was that might have been against Kimone actually in the VOD later that day. Let me try to pull that up. Because I know exactly what you're talking about, but that was a little bit unexpected because like I think all I did was like 2-2C or something, and the charge JC ended up dropping, which, to be fair, it's kind of like probably should have just done like JBB or something.
Yeah, but still, I mean, it's interesting because you would expect, like, the fear is that it's like Fireball, like EX Fireball, where it's like fucking garbage. Like not
Right.
not as a tool, but like as a combo thing. Cause yeah, I actually linked it in the Discord channel actually.
Oh, okay.
Not a channel, but because my original thought was you could use 22C to loop. You could do like I don't know, you could do something stupid like J214A 22C, and then have enough time because it bounces, or no, maybe not J214A, but like 236B A thrust 22C recover 63A whiff thrust 22C, and then like loop it like in some form, because like the vacuum on it is crazy.
Yeah.
But if it's done, if it has really bad hit zone scaling, then that's probably not gonna happen.
Yeah, you're right though. And the damage isn't like that bad either. Like if you use it early, it doesn't. I think there was a time where I just did 2C and then 22C right away, and like just cut the combo short, right? But the damage already was like 2.6 for how short the combo was. So I think like there's definitely potential there.
How much how minus was the first hit of it?
No clue for that one, because I actually didn't know there was a gap between those two hits until Ohiki brought it up. So
because it's nice, because this is like, as I was excited that we have like a ground special that doesn't eat us in the fucking outer space mid screen. Like, you know how like you have like to use Sword Car as the gap closer, like you kind of need CS, because if you just like B car, that means you have to 214C, and if you 214C after mid screen, like you're nowhere near the opponent. So it's like, okay, that wasn't particularly helpful. Whereas now you could B Sword Car into 22C, and then you're like pressure, you're in, and you didn't have to use CS. But if they can like, because 22C startup is like still it's like fairly like slow, right? Like it's
pretty fast.
But it's not as fast as like 214C, is it? Oh, is it?
That one, yeah, that one I'm not sure, because 214C also depends on like how far they are if you're mid screen, for example, right?
But like if you're trying to do like a pure like block stream, like 236B immediate 22C, because the fear is that I was talking to Gray about it. It's like the fear is if you can shield the first hit, because it's probably -3 at best, if I had to guess. So that means if they shield, it's going to be -6. So if you're Sword Car, that you're going to be point blank when you do 22C. So if it's really easy to shield the first hit, then you really are not going to be able to use it to pressure reset.
Yeah, you're right. And especially since a lot of moves into Sword Car like probably would be gapless. That would be super useful if it's possible to do, basically. But
I guess maybe the tech is maybe you always do Sword Car into A thrust, because A thrust has a metric ass load of well, I guess it wouldn't matter, because like you would protect it against them mashing out between Sword Car and 22C, but still, if 22C is like really easy to shield, like you could just C stab and then just. I guess it's a conditioning thing, because I guess if they're trying to just always shield after thrust, knowing you're going to 22C, then you're going to be safe on thrust, and you might even be able to take your turn then. So.
Yeah, if it's point blank, then you know that's always going to change how it look. Also, oh yeah, I was going to ask you, how do you feel about? I you know, of course, you haven't like tried it out yet, but based on what you've seen, like, do you think dash B into 22B like would have potential as an ender? Because, you know, as it is right now, you can't set anything off of dash B as an ender unless you spend force function or you know, go straight into like another dashing move, right? But if you do 22B, like I think 22B, like when I was trying it at the demo setup, it stays out even even after you recover from like setting it up. Oops. Let me just slow this down.
Bro,
So
that's
like,
actually I just that now that you say 66B, bro, 66C you're gonna be able to without using FF or without using meter, you can do 66C to A.
yeah,
And
yeah,
you're gonna be safe because that thing looked like that thing for sure is -3, and that thing starts at fucking fast. So like, I don't think people are gonna be. You shouldn't try to green shield 66C because you could just get grid thrown. So that's
right.
actually kind of. But 66, I think that's interesting. But I feel like 66B though has like you're usually like super plus on that. So like I feel like it probably is gonna meaty. I don't know if it would give you time to. I mean. That's the big thing about 22B. I'm wondering for Oki, like, cause everybody's like, oh, it's like Milia disc, whatever, and it's like, it reminds me the S disc, like the fast one. It reminds me of Milia, but like
Mm-hmm.
the thing I'm wondering is like, is there gonna be any ender that allows Nanase to 22B have enough time to jump, falling JA, and
Mm-hmm.
then rising JB? Because that's more or less how Carmine's fuzzy worked.
Yeah, no,
But that's like it's a lot of time, and like you have to have the it has to come like it would have to because it looks like it starts up slow, but it also like takes a while to become active even once and out, which is like a good thing if you're trying to hit that Carmen setup. But
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the actually what you said about dash C and a 2-2, I didn't think of on block. I was more so like talking about as a combo ender, but now that you mention on block, you know, if you can get them to green shield, I think that's like that's way better than previously we were just doing like dash B or dash C into force function fireball, which
and the
yeah.
that's like what I feel like people like I feel like people in Nasian are like I don't know. I feel like 22A is real. Like I'm personally really excited for 22A because like
Mm-hmm.
Nanase literally has not had a grounded special that is like simply just safe
Safe.
on block.
Mm-hmm.
That's fast too. It's like, and you don't. I mean, she has ones that you can like try to space 236A or try to get like the perfect 214A distance or condition with 214B, which is it's not safe, but you can enforce the RPS. But like you can just literally, as long as you don't get to like 2C, because it did. I was going to ask you about it. It felt like 22A was kind of like short, like kind of like stubby,
It's very short.
relatively speaking. So
Mm-hmm.
like you probably don't want to do it when you're at like the typical like 2C charge 5C fireball thing, but like as long as you're not pushed out that far, that it seems like a very safe thing to do. And it's the first ground special that you can FF. Like a
Yeah.
normal, like a FF J60. Like that's a big deal.
Yeah, and it would change the frame advantage too. Like, of course, if you do assault after it, I don't think it's going to be a true block string, but it at least allows you like if you just do it, you're -3 or lower. I'm not like the number's still not known, but throw could not punish it, and Waldstein. I'll be honest, like I don't think I saw a single person play Waldstein at the demo setups, so. Well,
Yeah, I think they had to ask somebody to lab them. The only thing I saw was the like meteor impact thing, which kind of just looked like another thing that Nanase can EX require.
yeah, I'm looking for the moment. There's a moment where Hyde's DP whiffed on 22A, and like that showed how like short range it was, but then also how short the hurt box is. I think it's here.
Yeah, I was like so glad when I saw that because that means that move does not have a shitty hurt box because that's like the worst thing to have. Because I foresee that 22A like 22A is gonna have like I feel like two big uses besides like well I mean there's a bunch but like on defense I should say on defense like you're gonna have it for eating projectiles and then doing something like either FF or like EX projectile or EX Thorcar or whatever. But also, like, even in this scenario, yeah. Even in this scenario where it's going to whiff, if somebody extends a hurt box into it, they get hit. That's actually how Milia's fast disc works in Plus R. You just like literally do that randomly in neutral. And like I was playing Gray yesterday in the mirror, and I was like thinking about the Nana mirror, and it's like round start. The whole RPS is you can have like backwards TK, backwards charge TK, dash deep dash 5B, and then like sword car, and then like assault forward. And it's like if Nana does round start 2-2A, it'll absorb the fireball. I'm pretty sure that round start 2-2A, I don't think sword card travels fast enough to get there in time, because it's like 7 frame startup, and then you'd have to get there in 3 frames and trade, which I mean sword card does have a like good trade hitbox, but then if it could potentially they just run into like a really active hitbox. So I feel like that would be really strong. It's just like a wall, essentially.
One thing I regret not testing was whether it can be whiff canceled, because if it's like for 2-2B, like you can CS on whiff. That one I know for sure. But
and I'm pretty sure all specials can be EX canceled on EX special canceled. Are you talking about 2-2B like CS on whiff?
Yeah, there was one moment in this VOD where I did 2-2B in neutral and then CS'd it, and the 2-2B stayed out, I believe. So
I'd be really surprised if you could not EX cancel it on whiff.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't remember exactly where in the VOD it was.
I don't know any specials that don't behave like that.
Makes sense. Also, I found the moment where there was the air hit 5B, but I think you already clipped that one earlier. So
yeah, it was in this match actually.
Yeah, it was right here.
Because yeah, it was in this corner, and then you got a hit, and then like reset, and then you just like threw it out, and he ran into it.
Oh yeah, this ender, I think the reason it dropped the sword card, I think you just had to micro dash, so nothing changed for this ender, but just messed up.
Did you do Infinite Worth at any point when you played?
No, there was a time I CVO'd, and then I did like I think I did 2-4C, and then ran out of CVO time. So like,
because like we're trying to we're trying to see if they brought back the EL Infinite Worth combo, but unlikely, but
yeah, no, fair enough. There was okay. Let me go to the Kimono matches quickly, because there's definitely a lot to unpack there, and then we'll go back to the other ones.
Little ambition of studying.
Oh, this is slowed down.
Is this as slow as people are like claiming it is? Like to recover?
Oh, for Batista?
No, the dash cancel.
Oh, it is. It's very slow. Have you played KO 15 before?
I've seen like footage of it.
Yeah, the role in that game has a lot of recovery compared to previous KOF games. I think it's comparable to that. Like it's close to. Let me pull up the number on that just to make sure. But it's probably like 40 frames recovery.
Can you CS it after it shields something?
I don't think so. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, actually, maybe. I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest, because like CS, you can just do a neutral, right?
Because I was talking with Foxov this morning about it, and it's like he's concerned that it's gonna make characters that normally don't have really good defense. Like Nanase has really good defense. Like she is one of the best defensive characters. Like it's not. I mean, Batista is really good in defense too, but like, it gives like characters like Chaos. You just like sit on CS, and then once you get a 4-frame gap, you do the whatever it's called, the 3D mechanic, and then you CS it, and then depending on what they did, you kind of smoke them.
Yeah, it does have the potential to. I hate this move. Batista's like sunball
like
rain.
50 meter.
Yeah.
you rewind that? It seemed like it actually had a shitload of. I think that this is gonna be fucking 50-50 hell. I hope they don't optimize this where it's like they can do 2 of them at like within 1 disco ball. That would kind of suck.
Literally Marvel 3 assist call.
で、こちらはカモネさんへの質問になるかなと思います。
Bro, I'm so glad they made gems. That alone makes this matchup so much like. Yeah, she has like disco ball to do like Hilda stuff, but like I not being able to actually play neutral or like attack her when she has a health lead, when she's just like gem walling, is like it's so stupid.
Yeah.
So, we're not,
Agreed. Yeah, one of the chatters said Batista did not need it. Yeah, it's ridiculous, but oops, did I might have lost the YouTube stream. Give me a second to take a look at it.
Gotcha.
Okay, I'm gonna reduce the quality on the Discord stream. That's probably it.
Alright, that's fine.
Okay, I think we're good now. But yeah, what was I gonna say?
we're not,
Yeah, right here. You see the distance, like 2-2A pushes back the opponent. I think that can actually be very good because it's similar to like a Byakuya rebeat where people like press their button and then Byakuya just whiff punishes it, you know?
Just as 5A, yeah.
Yeah. So I think
Well, also it's just straight up harder to punish, even if it's like even if they shield it and it's like it's actually like -6 now or something. Like
right.
I mean, some characters with blessed 6 frames can probably punish it, but like also like you could just that's the best part. Like you can literally do gapless. You can do it gapless because like a big thing with Nanase is like she has one of the best like resets in the game as far as cost because you can literally just do FF. FF doesn't cost any meter. That's like absurdly good.
Exactly.
But the big but's always been that her specials are like kind of not safe, and if you do that one, there's a fairly big gap. Like you can't do kind of this really tight special stagger unless you do like 236A space, which is like kind of sussy. But now it's like you can just like 2C, 22A, and like it's immediately safe, and they're not really have a chance to like 2C sweep you or something.
Yeah, they gave ultimate. Yes, they gave Enkidu a command grab. He didn't have that already. I believe his 5C was just an overhead, like even though it looked like a grab. But yeah.
Bro, I was talking to Boltstruck, or I was reading something Boltstruck put, which he's probably right, because you know he plays Prekir all the time in his region, and he thinks that Enkidu is going to be kind of annoying because Enkidu has like a now forward advancing anti-projectile. Like he already had like 4C or whatever it is, 4B, which is like right on top of him. But now he has like this forward advancing projectile eating move, which is pretty good.
Yeah. It help, like go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Oh yeah. Anything that helps with Enkidu's neutral, I think it's gonna go a long way because his neutral is still his weak point. Yeah, go ahead.
And I was the other thing, Mika got like this like spinny punch thing. Like she already kind of had like 5BB, right? So it's like she didn't, you know, it's not like super brand new, but it's like her like forward advancing move is, I think it might be 2FF. I'm not sure, but it eats projectiles too, so that will be a factor in the matchup.
Oh yeah. 22C certainly does not have head invincibility. At least it would appear that way for this interaction.
Yeah. I didn't think it did, but anytime I see a T2X input in a game, I always want to check like head and bone.
For sure, for sure.
The other thing I wanted to see was, I mean, I really don't think they've changed, but like 236C projectile startup, or like projectile invuln startup, like is it still frame 2? I would assume it is, because it would make a lot of shit really fucked up. If it wasn't, like Nanase mirror would be the dumbest shit, because if it was frame 1 projectile, you couldn't 236B a Nanase as Nanase.
Yeah.
So I don't think they changed that, but like that's why I was like, you never know. And then also like J214C startup, like did they change? Because I think projectile invuln on J214C actually, yeah, this combo, I saw this and I posted that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that would be huge for like far confirms, because like right now all we can do is sword car, right? And sword car C is sword car and then C follow up is meh. Like, you know, it's good enough for most cases, but you have to like side switch and then you have to side switch again if you want to keep the corner.
Right, and like the fact that it's like it vacuums, so like you could literally keep looping it, and I do wonder, like, if you're in the corner, is it possible to like if proration is a problem with it, is it possible to like just get like, I don't know, like 3C, 22C, but you know, like 3C like hits them so far up ahead that like the first hit of 2C doesn't actually hit, but then when they fall after 3C, it's round tripping back, and then they get hit by it, and that sets up like a, you know, like a loop of sorts.
Yeah, that would probably be possible. The other thing too, though, is that it doesn't use a ground bounce, which is like that
literally means like that's actually kind of huge, because you could literally do like ground string into 22C, jump 9 JB, like do a staircase combo back to the ground, do normals again, do 22C, and then you could literally, like, you used to in EL, right, you could kind of do that with like FF, but like using FF like that's like kind of bad because you just like lead grid, but like
yeah.
So that's why I'm like wondering with Celestial. That's why I really hope that 22C hit stun duration is not bad, because in Celestial, I did the math, you could do like 4 or 5 supers depending on like where your meter starts when you go into Celestial. So like if you could just keep looping that staircase combo, that would be crazy.
Yeah, no, yeah, for real though. Like, and Nanase kind of needs damage extensions beyond like increased J2C stuff, because like that's like the only move that keeps together combos right now. Like think about, I'm thinking back to like UNIL. Yeah, UNIL combos were just like charge JC, JVB, J2C for everything.
And it doesn't help, like all of her supers have always had really bad proration, and they also hit a lot. Like 236C is good, but 236C is like kind of weird to combo with it depending on where you are. And 214C is like also kind of like weird. And then EX Fireball is like actually useless as a combo tool.
Yeah, I think she still has a lot of rough edges, honestly. I'm surprised they didn't give her like outright more stuff, or maybe there are things that we didn't find yet, but I'm hoping it's that they'll add more things to her in the full release of the game.
I feel like a new T2X series is like pretty good, but
yeah,
I think the stuff that like I know Gray really wants, I don't know if they would give her like 2A low.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
I mean, one thing I thought that like that he wanted that I thought was like pretty fair was like another command normal of some variety.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they actually didn't give her any new normals at all. The reason I'm like kind of replaying this over and over, grid break goes. I think that we already knew this like from the weekend, but grid break goes away if you VO, regardless of whether it hits. So I guess that's like still going to be a usage of VO. And if you want to like guarantee that you're no longer grid broken, then you can use that comboed into. But in this case, as a reversal, it'll probably be more useful now that the startup is much faster.
Bro, that shit starts up so fast now.
Yeah.
Bro, it's like, it's actually going to be kind of annoying I mean, it's not like you already kind of have to be like committal to call it out in the air, but like it's. I think Nanase can still bait it with like 2A, but you have to be like, I don't know. That's another thing to lab is can we actually. She might be in the tier of people that can bait it, but with just like a old style block stream, but. It's gonna be how like the Hilda stuff. Where it looks like Hilda's Gloomoki's still in. It's like off of VO, and it's like now the VO starts faster, and it's like. What?
Yeah, I guess we still need to learn more about how Hilda's gonna be in this game, but it does seem like they agree, like the devs agree that Hilda's style of play was not a good thing for the game.
Well, I don't know about. I don't know if you saw, but Foxiv did a side by side, and she still gets EX Gloomoki off of VO.
Oh, but do you still get 50/50?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. At least
Yeah,
they're not grid broken.
And VO starts up faster now, so it's harder to like bait it.
Yeah, but I guess the difference is that you're not losing your Vorpal and
Yeah,
getting grid
yeah.
broken or something. Yeah.
Yeah. That's true.
Yeah. Honestly.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see if 3D actually makes some counterplay. Because like the way the VO setup works, right, is you do EX Gloom and then you have to make them sit still with the skewer. So there's like you either do TK skewer or you do like the normal like skewer. And that's the whole thing where like you can 2A, and if you 2A, the ground skewer will whiff. But if they TK skewer, it won't whiff. So I saw some stuff with Gosuda talking to Foxa where it's like, because Chaos has his role in ST or clear, and it's like it's a guessing game, which they do, and then you can technically 3D out of that, but will be interesting to see how that works with that setup.
Yeah. Speaking of role, also, I think here, I still can't tell if Komone could have punished this, but I think he could have. Like, it was weird, right? Because Batista did Flash Kick, which obviously has recovery, but I'm trying to I wonder who recovered first still. Oh,
It looks like you can easily.
I
mash
recovered
on
first.
that.
It looks like.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe 3D doesn't have as much recovery as I thought, because.
I mean, she also just whipped. She also just straight up whipped a flash kick.
Yeah, true. What's up, Wish? Do you have any non-assist secrets that haven't been shared yet, or were you not at the booth?
I don't think he was at the booth. I think he's going to see Otaku though.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, if it's at CEO Otaku, then for sure people will find some more things. This this is still so funny. I don't know why they decided to give this to her, but
Also, the other thing too is that looks multi-hit, and I think that the dash only absorbs one hit.
For which move?
For the 3D.
Oh yes, that's right.
So, if you try to 3D the disco ball, I'm pretty sure you just get hit by like another 2 hits. Because somebody did it during Gem on like another set, and they got hit by like the second explosion of Gem.
Yeah, and I think there's just straight up not enough like quote unquote active frames for the Okay, what was this? I guess guard thrust still kind of sucks.
It just straight up whiffed, I think.
Yeah. Batista jumping. And I wonder if you can still air block guard thrust. 'Cause I believe you could in UNICLR. Oh yeah, it's too much startup. I guess guard thrust is because I was thinking about it earlier in the stream, and I'm like, you still kind of just want to VO most of the time over guard thrust, right?
I mean, I think it's well, I don't know, because in VO does start faster, but I mean you can't do VO in getting blocks done. So there's some stuff like Carmine, Hilda 5050, honestly Nanase, to get them off. It's like the best way to do it is actually when they're doing a certain parts of their block stream.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it is VO is a lot quicker now.
Yeah, it is. It'll be harder to, cause like before it was kind of free to safe jump or like literally do safe button, and then have time to block. If you had Vorpal, guard thrust would be a bit faster, but it's I don't know, cause okay, I guess the good thing, right, is that it just takes 100 meter now. It doesn't take away
See,
Vorpal.
I'm a huge grid thrust enjoyer because my locals for a long time was Spinach, who plays Carmine, and Untold, who plays Hilda. And it's like some of the best ways to get out of those setups.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Yeah, the issue is that guard thrust is so slow. Okay, this was sick. Like, Kamone's not even like regularly a pad player, so.
Are you play pad normally?
No, I play stick normally. I played on stick here too, but Kamone was playing on pad. Like, basically when I went up, they had the pad on there, and I was about to get my stick out, and then I saw the pad, and I was like, "Oh, do I have to use the pad?" And he's like, "No, you can use your stick."
Okay. Yeah, was he saying anything to you when you were playing?
Yes, actually, more than like quite often. On like, okay, the moment earlier with the block, like he blocked my 2As, and then the sunball thing.
Disco ball came out.
Yeah. He was like, I was like, nice one. He was like, yeah. There was another one too where I think he was saying like this like non-assist player defense is good, so I have to use like more tricks or something. Which I don't think my defense was like anything like abnormal. It was just I was blocking a lot. So Batista can open up like anyone. You know.
Bro, I was one thing. Dude, one thing I really want to ask Kimona. It's stupid, but I really don't like the fact that Nanase doesn't have a last name. It actually makes it very hard to find art and stuff for her because Nanase is like actually a fairly common like name, both in like Japan, but also like obviously Japanese media. It's not like Aurier Baliard or like you know, or like Yuzuria is like there are Yuzuria other characters, but like that's not like that. Like I don't know.
Yeah. The way I get you there, it is weird that she doesn't have a last name, but maybe that'll be ironed out one day. It was okay. I think this moment I was like a nice one. Like
No, gotcha. Yeah, I see.
Yeah. Wish, you're praying that 2TC is Paration of the Gods and it's not lame and bad. I think it'll be fine. Like, the fact that it's a whole new special move and, like, it's as Cheezy was saying earlier, like, it's going to have, like, a lot of usage, not just in block strings, but on Okizeme as well. Like, I think it's going to be a strong move. And then for combos, we'll figure that out when we get there. Who hosted this tourney? This wasn't a tourney. This was just Arc System Worth's booth at EVO. So they just, I think they just set it up and then told Kimona you have to be at the booth for one day, and he was there.
Did you play much off stream?
No, I played only the demo setup, and that was I lined up for it once on Friday. And then the second time I went there was no line, so I just played a lot. And then on Saturday, I went there in the morning to lap some stuff for 3K and for Spanish on the Carmine. But I couldn't stay for that long because, like, by the time I tried to go back in line, there was the side tournament for UNICLR, and then the line was long after I finished. So
all the gamers waking up at noon.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, no, like literally. I remember for EVO 2019, everybody like complains about like EVO casuals, which is like, yeah, like if you get there in the afternoon or like noon. But I remember I woke up at like 7 a.m. and I went to the main hall and I was playing with like notes and like a bunch of Japanese players who like were extremely jet lagged and were just like sitting on the bracket setup. Granted, that was when actually Uni was at EVO, but like, Yeah, I feel like if you're at Evo, you really should be like if you want actual casuals in games outside of bracket, like you really got to go early.
100%. It sucks that the venue's not open on Sunday. I think that's it. Like if they made
Right.
this event 4 days, it would be like perfect. But too bad, I guess. Yeah. Again, back on the sun ball, whatever. This move is crazy. Like you basically you can get 2 mix-ups, and
You can't grid thrust it either because it's like it happens again.
Yeah, it's not. It doesn't keep you in blocks on the whole time. So I think this is definitely going to be pretty strong. And if we're looking at it like in terms of just math, in order to block both 50-50s, like, you have like I have a 25% chance to block both. I mean, she's already getting a lot of reward off of a blocked 50-50 if she has a gem because she's still plus after.
It might be like Hilda's 50-50. There's some actually instances with Hilda's 50-50 where you purposely jump and get hit by one of the nails in Nail Torrent or like Gloom or one of the sorry, not Nail Torrent. One of the little needly things from Gloom. And it's kind of difficult for her to like hit confirm it while doing the setup. So like you purposely get hit, and then you're in air tech, which are kind of goofy to hit confirm anyway. So like I wonder if you just jump, not into the disco ball, but like out and away.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Like sometimes it's like if you take the hit, then not maybe if they're still able to confirm it, like it's like not as much damage. Oh, okay. 1 second, let me interrupt myself.
Oh yeah, you got the.
I made.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, like, okay, guys, what happened here? This was probably, like, this is my favorite moment, at least in terms of stuff I actually did well. Basically, Batista's flash kick, right? It can only go one direction, even though it's a down charge. But if you make her turn around after a move, like, I mean, okay, it doesn't really matter what move you do, as long as, like, she's still in block stun while you're trying to jump over her, right? But if you make her turn around and then you do the fireball, she's going to face the direction that you jumped towards, even though you'll still be doing the fireball in the original direction you're facing. So that's like what allowed this to happen. And I think that's going to be very useful in general. I mean, obviously you can do this in Claire.
Does that work versus EX, or is it only A and B?
Ooh, I think it should work against EX flash kick because that move doesn't autocorrect, and I don't think the hitbox is that much bigger to get hit by it. Like I don't think she would get hit by this. It's tough to say, right? Because there's collision that could get in the way.
What's really fun, I like leading up to this, like I love when honestly, because A thrust has such a weird physics on it. When you see us the thrust, she honestly does the moonwalk. I don't know if you saw that in this clip, but if you go back and then play it at normal speed.
Right here, right?
Yeah, right across through.
Oh yeah, yeah, it's awesome. I think like I've always loved this move post CS because it like continues pushing them along the direction that you did the thrust towards. So it's really cool. And he actually shielded it, so I'm surprised he didn't recover fast. Like I thought he would recover faster. And
yeah.
I held walk for like a good,
yeah,
amount of time. So. Let me try to get the beginning of it. Yeah, like a few, like under 10 frames, but still a decent amount of time. And he might have... Wait. Okay, no, he was still in block stun by the time I was in the air. But like out of block stun, like around here.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So this move will definitely still be useful. But it kind of already was. You can't be doing this to Kimone. He's gonna wish said,
yeah, you were if you go back 20 seconds.
Oh yeah.
You autopiloted. Wait, no, did they get no? Because you get the hit here because of the flash kick.
Right.
And then because you CS'd, he won cycle. And then you on autopilot
Yeah,
went into
I did
VO
VO.
strip because he had CS. But because of changes in this game, it didn't actually VO strip.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't like say anything here. Like he was probably just smiling in his head, like, oh, he's still doing VO strip. Yeah, I remember this and I was like, okay, this is just a habit, but yeah, I can't remove the vocal there. Wish said you can't be doing this to Kimone directly, bro. He's gonna delete it when the game comes out.
bro, Wish. I was literally just thinking yesterday. I was like, all the non-estate tech lords, we should just like not publish anything until 1.03 is released. Like all of the fucked up shit. I mean, to be fair, there's gonna be so many people playing. Like, I don't think people realize how many people are going to be playing this game on release. I think it's gonna be way more than. It's not gonna be as much as Strive because Strive came out when there's like no games.
Yeah.
But but like
That's a lot of people.
The non-estate channel as it is now is like going to be completely different because there's gonna be so many more people.
Yeah.
So you probably can't hide anything, but.
No, but yeah, the cheapies to finish off. Unfortunate. I'm wondering if I can just... I probably could have just like 2-3 succeed as soon as he did the fireball, but I'm not sure if this stays out is the thing. It's hard to do that.
I'm pretty sure on the charge ball you can EX flash.
Yeah.
Unless he has meter, then... Actually, he did have meter, so he even if you had a meter to 2-360, he could have EX super canceled.
Oh, true. I was actually looking at the wrong meter anyway, so yeah, you're right. I'm going to be policing that hashtag during the first week. That's what Wish said. Okay, yeah, that was the only one I got to play for the Play Against Kimone stream. But yeah, there was a lot in that small set. And I think once we get to the point of, you know, getting used to using 2-2X, it'll be a strong move as part of our moveset. It's pretty crazy that she's still able to do a lot with her moveset, despite like most of it being kind of bad in block strings. But we've also kind of gone to the point where Tornado is a pressure reset at the right spacing, right?
I mean, I don't know if like I would classify her specials as bad.
Yeah, sorry. I mean like more so, like hard to use as part of like block string pressure, because
yeah, it's not as like it's not like dial a combo like Wagner or like get bullet, do purple bullet special repeat.
Yeah, exactly.
I also think that's like a lot of people like kind of drop Nanase is because I think if you come from a character that does not have a 6/6 X that's like a poke, like a lot of people don't realize, but like if you're playing like Hyde or you play like Mika or you play like Akatsuki and you're used to 6/6Cs, you're like fuck you, like I'm a poke you. Like we use 5B, which granted 5B is godlike, but like you can't use dash attack to engage like a lot of characters, and you also like the specials are a little weird. I don't think it's necessarily hard to play Nanase if you get her, but I think she's a little bit like non-standard with her specials. You can't just do like normal special.
Yeah, I mean,
although now you can.
Yes, I mean, yeah, 2-2A, like basically free now. I don't even know how easy it would be to shield it consistently on reaction, because I was telling Big Monkey that it kind of looks like 5C's animation, which can trip people up early on, especially if you do it at a spacing that whiffs or like doesn't, you know, otherwise affect them right away. And then like let's say you force function cancel, right? Now you can do even more because they're still respecting. And then if you haven't used 5C in your block string at that time and you end up using that instead of 2-2A, then I think that's where like you're gonna apply a little bit more conditioning. And
you can do 2-2A FF fireball anyway instead of using charge 5C or whatever.
Exactly. Yeah. No, it's great. Yeah. Here, like obviously, it's not. I think I did 2-2B anyway here.
Yeah, that was the hardest thing. When I was scrubbing through your VODs like live, the hardest thing was I was, unless it was like on block where I could very clearly see where it starts, it was hard to tell when you were using 2-2B and when you're using 22A.
Yeah, yeah. I think it was 22B there, which, you know, I was trying to CS with it because I had CS, but it didn't come out. I know for sure it can be done, but it just didn't work there.
And then right here, this confirms the EX car is just, it does not have strike invuln, which it probably shouldn't, but it would say invincible if, yeah, it doesn't say invincible, so that means it does not, does not have that. I do wonder, can you go back again? That's like the norm, is that the normal range it'd say? Because I don't know, maybe, well, what button did he hit? Because I thought that was not at the...
Wait, sorry, which one are you talking about?
The EXR car.
Oh, okay.
Huh, I didn't think that was at the safe range.
No, I think Boardman just pressed it too late. It's 5A. Gordo's 5A is 6 frames, or at least was 6 frames, right? In UNICLR.
Yeah. Maybe it was that safe range. It was. See, like that shit is so active, actually, though.
Yeah. I mean, at least she finally has something she can set full screen and, you know, not have to give grid for. But that's a big deal, right? Like you can just set 22B, like, you know, walk behind it a little bit. You know, if you set, like, for example, B Fireball, they're eventually going to shield it. And
I mean, the thing is, you don't even have to walk back because, unlike Merkava worms or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, that's something that we need to test. Is if you 22B and you just sit in it, and somebody pokes you, is it like Dizzy or whatever, where you will get like if you touch block, it doesn't go away. Like you'll just, it's like, you know, Fireball. Like if you set 226B and you dash up, and then they mash you, and then the B Fireball counter hits them.
Mm-hmm.
Like does 22B work like that? Because if it does, you literally just throw it out, and then you dash block forward, and then bait them into extending a hurt box into the spinning disc.
Mm-hmm. And it would be like a favorable trade. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if even like the hit stun uncountered is enough though, because there was one time in the off-stream demo that I got a counter hit 2-2B, and like I was too far. I was trying to dash up 5A, and it didn't, like, they teched out.
But like if you go back to where you like set it like super, like the thing is, if 2-2B starts up really slow and then it's just active forever. So by that time you're already actionable. So it doesn't matter about like yeah, if you do 2-2B in their face and it hits, then you might not be recovered. But like if you set it in neutral and you're just sitting in it, then you can just immediately, like, you're not like bound by recovery or anything.
Yeah,
like,
that's
I think
true.
I think it's the next one.
Oh,
but no, I'm sorry, you were almost there.
Oh, okay.
I was just saying it was like the next interaction.
Got it.
Because yeah.
Was it earlier than this combo?
It was right after you got the first one, Grim or Mortal Slide. I think it's after this.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, no, yeah, I always drop that combo. Yeah.
My problem is I hit the 3C, but then like the 2-1-4B fucks up.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
They're too high. Yeah, right there. Like this right here.
Yeah.
Because you don't even need to like CS. Like if you go back.
Yeah, let me a couple frames back and then slow mo.
Yeah. So right now, yeah, you're already actionable. See, like,
yeah,
this is out for like, that's got to be at least 8 to 10 frames where that's just sitting there.
Mm-hmm.
And so if anybody touches this at any point, you can literally like 3C. Hell, if you get that when you're in, I mean, it depends on the hit stun. Like, you might not be able to reactively 236A with thrust, but like at minimum, you could probably reactively TK or 3C.
Mm-hmm.
If they, and you just literally sit in here. Now, if it's like worms where if they hit your block, it goes away, then it doesn't matter. It doesn't work like that. But like,
mm-hmm.
that's how like Milias will like sit on their disc, is like if they're not actually using it for Oki, they'll just sit inside of it. And then if they extend a hurt box, it's like the freest shit.
Yeah. I think especially if like basically in this situation it's in neutral. That's going to be very useful. And again, like you're not giving them any grid here, so I think this is going to help out a lot for giving more than, giving more to a neutral than just, okay, set fireball or dash block or play footsies,
Bro, sorry, I keep getting these mind blasts. I didn't mean to cut you. Go ahead.
Oh, no, yeah, continue. Go for it.
I just thought, like, I wonder if 22B prorates throw. It probably does.
Oh, yeah. No, we can't have good things like that. we can't have extra damage on throw. The throw into B fireball still, I think, just doesn't even give more damage, right? So
yeah.
But yeah, I think this is gonna help out a lot for neutral. See, even on CS, it still finishes. That's what I was trying to explain earlier. Like, the animation hasn't completed here, but it stays out, the 2-2B.
Yeah, because it was like that actually helped. When I was keyframing through this actually helped because it let me know what the actual startup was, because you can CS it after startup.
Oh,
so
yeah.
that means that there's actually quite a bit of time after the startup before it comes active, which is going to be good for Oki setups.
Yes. Absolutely.
Which is why it's actually kind of good that it's different from 2-2A. The other thing, because it is so slow, that I was talking about in Nana channel earlier, is like if you for Oki do 2-2B, and then on that frame 10 you do, instead of CS you do 2-2C cancel, because you know how there's a gap between the first and the second hit of 2-2C.
Yeah.
It's like I wonder if it lines up so that 2-2B it's like a 1-2-3, like hit. That's all pure block stun.
That would be cool.
That would be fucked up.
Yeah, I mean, you can probably have time to like do a backwards TK fireball or something, fancy, right? In between that.
Or no, I'm thinking like if that is actually pure and that gives you enough time to rising and then falling JA, rising JB.
Oh.
Then that's gonna be like a Carmine fuzzy.
Oh, you're talking about real fuzzies here. Okay. All right.
Yeah. Well, that's the biggest thing. Is like I've been trying to. Like, I don't know if the 66X, like you probably can do the 66X off of the 2-2C. Although I noticed that later on you actually did 2-2C on block. I don't know when it was. But I noticed that the block stun after the second hit of 2-2C actually wasn't very much.
Yeah, I think it was against Kamone in the other VOD. What's up, Omiomai? Thanks for coming through the stream. We're just talking about some UNICLR. I said UNICLR. We're talking about some UNI2 stuff. But yeah, I think that was against Kamone in that VOD. He instinctively stood up after a fireball, which means he knows. I mean, obviously he's dev, but he knows. And I guess that would also say it's probably unchanged, right? Like the fact that standing makes it less block stun. So that, yeah, I don't know. If there's not a lot of block stun on a 2-2C itself, I think that's fine because that thing is out forever anyway, Well,
I think what's going to be really good is the, do you use gray style fuzzy setups where they're not actually forced fuzzies, where like he'll do like 2C force function B fireball, and then he'll assault JA with, and then that fakes, like you don't actually get hit by JA, but it makes them think they have to stand block, and then as soon as they stand block, they enter block stun because of the B fireball coming in.
Yeah.
And then he rising JB. So it's like it's not a true fuzzy because it's a mistake that they have to make in just like high blocking. But I think that style of fuzzy is for sure going to work with 2-2B and 2-2C. Maybe not 2-2C, but 2-2B for sure.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I don't like. I've never gone for those really. Yeah,
I think the biggest thing I don't use them a ton, but that's a big thing I'm labbing going into this next game because 2-2B is gonna make it, I think, a little bit even easier.
Yeah, 2-2B is gonna be very strong for Oki, and I some people were like the fact that it pulls in is weird, but I think it's fine. Like you can at least, like if you can make them respect enough, then you can force block stun to end, and and maybe that's a cross up. I don't know though. Like, of course, I never tried that. That's something that's in my head more so.
Yeah. I was mentioning that, or like thinking about that, like on Friday, is because it has vacuum right now. The only way for us to corner, because I don't know if you know how like the Mika has a corner, like an actual corner 50-50.
Yeah,
And,
I know about
and
it.
it kind of like sucks them out, kind of.
Mm.
And Phonon also has something like that, and hers isn't a 50-50 though. But I'm wondering if, because have you ever done like 214C CS at the apex, and then like it's kind of ambiguous which side you fall on?
Oh no, I haven't. That sounds sick though.
Yeah, Shinobi that runs Climax Tonight, he loves, like when he played a lot, he loved those setups. They're kind of like meme because you can kind of just like, because you don't actually hit an air normal, you like wait to land on the side, and it's because the momentum's kind of fucky and like the vacuum, it's kind of hard. You can kind of just VO it on reaction though, but that style of setup might work where you are falling with some sort of a momentum, and then like last second it vacuums you out, or doesn't, right? Like 2-2C hits, but whether you fall on the left or right is like ambiguous. I feel if we're gonna have a hard mix-up, it's probably gonna be like that. Like I don't know if you played Type Lumina. I didn't play it a lot, but Arcuid has a like 214C setup where like it's like she jumps and it's like ambiguous which side they fall on.
Yeah. Oh, I got hit by that so much. Actually, I had played Lumina a lot on launch, but fallen off from it since, right? But yeah, that setup. Oh man, I hated trying to be in that situation where you have to block it. I just always moon drove when I could.
So it's possible something like that will happen. Like if we get something that isn't just like lol JB fuzzy, because the charge 2CJ fuzzy seems to be out. He claims it. Like I still want somebody else to verify it that it's actually out, and he just mess it up. But I feel we know that there is a rising JB fuzzy, but like if I feel like the only other new mix that would come about is some sort of falling left or right thing.
Yeah, that'll have to be explored. Again, like 2B stays out forever too, so I'm thinking if we can revise the Oki to get it to hit as late as possible, then from there that'll allow for numerous options.
Kind of like you, because I saw you like doing the 214C 660 ender.
Yeah.
So like doing 214C 660 and then 214B, or maybe even 660 delay it to, because you really want it to be delayed as much as possible, I would think.
Yeah. And it helps because you don't have to. Sorry, one sec. There's a message I missed. It looks like. Do I know anything about the new characters in this game? No, honestly, I've never touched this Chronicle mode, and I played the arcade mode a couple of times, and the arcade mode is kind of like whatever. But I hear that it's not the real story, so the
arcade is kind of hard to tell if there's any true routes, but we don't know actually anything about the mechanics of the characters, but like Tsurugi, which is the orange hair guy that like probably people are the most unfamiliar with. He's like the student council president type of guy, and but he's not like the nerd type or kind of like the charismatic leader type, and he was part of the organization called EFG, which is kind of like imbursts, like people that are imbursts that are trying to be responsible with their powers, because the whole thing is like Leech Christ, which is like Aurier's people. They're trying to like hunt down imbursts that got their powers and have been kind of doing their own thing, like Nanase. Like Nanase got her powers, and she's kind of like, Nanase is literally fucking Spider-Man, like actually, like in her story. And so like, and Phonon joined EFG. EFG gave Phonon her whip, and then she's like, peace out, fuck you guys, and then left. So I actually think that Nanase might join EFG. Like they might have her go like join a faction in the story, but that's who that guy is. And so far, EFG hasn't really had much besides like Phonon left them and stole her whip from the little snake guy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't have much comments on that. I'll probably need to play the Chronicle mode one day to have a clue of what's going on. But Ultimate here says Kuan will most likely be the boss character for the game, like how Hilda was for the last one, which to me makes sense. That seems to be like the long con for Under Night's story. So yeah, but yeah, back to earlier, the Okizeme. One of the enders that was like my favorite the minute I saw Hishigata do it. It was some years ago, of course, because there was a time gap where I wasn't really playing. But you can get it off of 5C, 3C, 214C, and then you can also get it off of Sword Car C follow up into 214C. Like, of course, you have to be in the corner, but you can use Dash C as an ender off of those, and that gives you like so much frame advantage. So I think if you do immediate cancel 2-2B, that allows for Ononise to act like the soonest possible time out of her Oki without needing to use like force function to be able to set the fireball in time. The thing is, though, I think the non-meaty Okizeme will still be useful, like with 2C force function fireball.
Yeah,
I think that will be useful.
I feel like B fireball Oki is like the most biggest. Like
Yeah.
normal B fireball Oki is like
Yeah.
it's only good when you're mid-screen or like close to the thing where like you can trick them into thinking it's gonna hit BD.
Yeah.
And it's like actually like a free 2C force function, because it's like, all right, they just block it. Like
Right.
congratulations, right? Like it's only good against people that like are trying to like do something stupid on wake up, like a DP or something.
Exactly. No, but now with 2-2B on meaty, like you have so much time to act after, and like it pulls them in. So I think there'll be stuff we can do with that.
Is 2-2B pull in as well as 2-2C, or is it just
so 2-2?
both?
Yeah. Oh yeah. There was a time I did the Dash B 2-2B ender. I think it was against. I can't remember who it was. Let me see.
Oh, that's crazy, bro. I actually did. I thought 2-2C was the only one that vacuumed.
Yeah, 2-2B does as well on block. On hit, it might not. Okay, actually, let me just get to the point. I think it was against the Hides, so let me try to find it here.
Oh yeah, I think he did one mid-screen. Now that you mention that.
Mm-hmm.
God, that thing is so active. It's crazy.
It is. Yeah, here. So
Oh my God.
That definitely pulled in. So I think that'll be like of course it's still meaty, right? So they just shield, which is unfortunate, but at least it pulls in. So I think there will still be stuff you can do.
Like, bro, imagine if you rewind it. If you do 2C or 6. Like if you do 6-6B, 2-2B, delay, because you have to give them enough time to actually like wake up, and then force function J6D. That means that when they are waking up, the vacuum is about to happen, and then if you're in Vorpal, you could potentially hit JFF again, and if you hit JFF, right when the vacuum happens, it could be hard to tell like which side you just are on, potentially.
Yeah, I think I understand what you're saying. Like when I did force function assault, I ended up pretty high up in the air, so I think it'll go over like people that preemptively stand. The issue is that I don't know how long the block stun is, because the goal with this would be to like be able to act as soon as you can after the dash B, right, or after the 2-2B. But if you okay, let me see.
See, I don't even know if you'd need that much block stun though, because you would like by this point you're already FF'd, and then
yeah,
because you probably can FF like frame 10 like CS, right, which is before it. So it's far before this is where you're FF, and you do FF, which is 4 frames to jump start, and then J60, and then right when you're crossing over, you hit JB, and then if the vacuum hits before, you might you probably have to JFF. You probably have to JFF to actually force the correct side, but But then problem is if you JFF, then you're kind of high, so JB might rip. So you might have to use like J2C, which is kind of slow.
Yeah, for this situation, I can't remember if it was this or a different ender. It might have been Dash C, but there was one situation where I know for sure I delayed the 2-2B cancel. Sorry, like not the 2-2B cancel, but like the Dash B into 2-2B. I canceled it like late, right? So for this, I'm pretty sure you can like cancel this earlier, because you see there's some time after it hits.
Yeah, the cancel window on 660 is actually kind of long. So
yeah. So I think I delayed canceled this. So I think you can get a little earlier even, and the earlier you can do it, the earlier you can, the earlier you can make use of the blocks down there still in.
yeah, I feel like this setup is going to be. I have a feeling like you're probably going to actually want to do it as late as... If you do it as late as possible, then you can actually use it as a strike throw mix, similar to 2C force function.
Oh, true.
And I think the other thing is not necessarily early, but you'd want to optimize the cancel to hit right when you're crossing over them, because that is when it vacuums, and that's the in 214A CS setup. That's what's like confusing is. You don't know when, like, you know it's going to vacuum, but you don't know whether the Nanase is going to be on which side when the vacuum hits. So that's what makes it ambiguous. So I feel like you'd actually want to time it so the hit happens right when she's crossing over, which means that you probably can BDP out of it or something like that. But, like, I mean, you can't have perfect setup.
No, you're right. Yeah. If the 2-2B is set and then you're still plus, but the disk, whatever you want to call it, isn't active yet, then that's ideal. Yeah, this was definitely meaty.
Yeah, and it honestly doesn't even need to be that meaty, because if you do, as long as it's like, I mean, it depends on if you're the Nanase, right? Nanase has to be at least meaty because she can EX her card, but a lot of characters, as long as, you know, like, it's like the Fireball 66X setups, those generally don't hit meaty unless they delay tech. But as long as the Fireball hits somewhere before before they exit jump startup, it's okay, because what are they gonna do, right?
Yeah,
they can't mash anything or else, and they can't jump either. They can dash block, which is why sometimes you can fuck up the spacing of the 6XX.
Oh yeah, I think that was it for that rewind. So back to the Gordo. Did we see this already? No. Yeah, I don't think there's anything in particular from this point until Geo Commander came up.
Is there any does there anything else feel different when you're playing her?
This is not something I can say with like confidence, but canceling from increased JC to increased J2C felt less lenient.
Oh really?
But like, again, like, you know, it doesn't help that prior to Evo I didn't play Uni since June, so the remembrance of like the timings wasn't like 100% precise, you know. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. I saw this.
Yeah.
Does that feel like it recovers faster, or is that just like this is just in the moment, so it looks fast?
The dive you're talking about?
I mean, he obviously could have mashed on you, but like even then,
yeah,
the dive after CS.
No, this did not recover fast. This felt like but he definitely pressed his button late.
Bro, I do not know what the point of J214 is.
Me neither. It literally seems the exact same. Like, I could not find any difference, like on block, on hit.
And it doesn't hit overhead, I assume.
B version still hits overhead, but not the A version.
Did you test? Like, did you try it?
Yeah, I tried them. Yeah.
Gotcha.
The C version I didn't try, but I doubt that's changed.
That's right. Yeah,
Yeah.
That would be absurd if that was an overhead.
Yeah. The overhead for no reason. I mean, like, you know, Phonon's J22C is an overhead for no reason. So.
Yeah. I do wonder about if the projectile invuln starts up earlier on 214C because it doesn't start till like frame 8. That's the only thing I feel could change about that move because it's already kind of ridiculous, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Hero's trying to do dash and then 2367, but
yeah, there's there's this fucked up thing. I don't know how it gets in that state, but yeah, there's a way to get dash a dive without actually hitting 2 and 4. It's kind of weird.
yeah, I definitely did not hit 1 at all. I can say that for sure. I probably hit 4, but yeah, this was annoying.
Do fireballs feel as plus as they normally do, like a fireball?
Yes, they do. Now, I'm probably not the best person to ask for that because the person I play a lot when I play this game online is 3K, and he usually mashes on my A fireballs because I don't like press my button fast enough. But
and did her dash and momentum and mobility that all still the same?
Yes, they definitely did. Force function, that one I didn't like take too much note of because, you know, since she has the Vorpal trait, force function, gravity, or not gravity, like physics, whatever.
Yeah.
That one would have been worth testing, but I didn't test it in particular.
What do you think of her new voice lines?
Okay, funny enough, so they were about to give us headsets, and then the streamer said, oh, they don't need them because the sound is coming from the monitor, and we didn't hear the monitor sound. So I didn't hear anything. And I didn't hear them until watching a little bit of the VOD yesterday on the plane back. And the voice lines are, like, I think, like, I'm not, like, against them or for them necessarily, but I'm glad that they changed them just to, like, make it feel a bit more like a new game. Because a lot of people on the Undernight Reddit are saying, like, oh, this is just an update. It's not really a new game. But
bro, that reminds me, because I remember like coming across some Reddit posts, like trying to find some like Nanase stuff.
Yeah.
Bro, there are some characters. There are some like really bad opinions on that subreddit. I
agree. Yeah.
I was like, what? who thinks this? And then I saw your post would always be like the top, like explaining like, no, that's actually not what it's like.
Yeah.
But, so I always thought that was funny.
No, yeah, for sure. Oh, okay, so dash C, the hit stun seems the same, but
yeah, you're missing a lot of 3Cs. I wasn't sure if that was just because they my original thought was maybe they made the horizontal lane, but like that, I mean, that one for sure that would whiff any day. But like,
right.
There was one earlier that looked a little closer, but I'm gonna just guess it was.
So I did microdash corner. Okay, this one I dropped on purpose for the cycle, but there was one in the corner where I did microdash 3C and they ended up behind me. Like that didn't happen in Claire, or at least I don't recall it happening. Okay, this I was gonna pause for this roll. You see how the blue effect is still there, but I didn't actually dodge anything. See, because that was like after it was active. So it.
Oh, he's shielded, so that's why he got stuck.
Yeah, so I think I was plus there just because of the shield.
Yeah, 'cause I'm pretty sure you can throw. You get grid break thrown out of this.
That's right. Yeah, yeah, and that is a. I think that's a good way of balancing out the risk reward of it, because even though it has like a lot of recovery, like the worst that can sometimes being out of the corner is like good enough, especially with characters like Aurea whose side switch combos are for the most part really bad, you know.
Right. Bro, I wonder if you could do the 3D in combos.
Oh, that would be cool. I didn't think about that actually.
3D doesn't have a hitbox, right? It just has a like an absorb thing, right?
That's right. Yep. Wait, how far was that? Okay, no, yeah. I don't think the horizontal range changed for 3C. Yeah. Off of this dashing C, which was a counter hit, like my dash was still really short, but the 3C connected. Yeah, I don't think the horizontal range changed.
Yeah, it's still pretty fucking far. That's the funny part is it always had like a really hot like horizontal range, and it wasn't so clear that I got the super vertical, and now it has both, and it's kind of like funny.
Yeah. Yeah, I need to or not need to, but like next time I can play the demo, I need to just try the corner 3 stuff. Well, the corner micro dash 3C stuff again, because I don't like it. There was more than one occasion where it felt weird, and I don't remember it feeling like that in Claire.
Did you do any stab combos?
Crouch confirmed.
Or no, sorry, corner wall combos using the A thrust.
Oh yeah, I did. Yeah, I did it against the hide for sure, and then there might have been more situations like that. I used to go for that combo a lot when I was like actively playing, but you know,
I don't even go for it.
Yeah, no, it's.
I've never, But does the bounce height feel normal? Like, does it feel the same?
Yeah, it felt the same.
Okay.
There's actually another situation. There's another situation too where I think I did it. So this one I just did as a punish, but I don't go for like double sword car. I just do like the early stab.
Yeah, that looks normal to me.
Yeah. But yeah, there was another situation where I did it near corner, but not quite in the corner. I think it might have been against Geo Commander. Let me just get to that because we haven't gotten to that at all yet. I did the guard cancel here too, so. Or guard thrust, not guard cancel, yeah. Okay, so like, okay, obviously the 3C's not gonna hit there.
Bro, you were reaching something deep.
Yeah.
Yeah, god damn, that shit is so active.
I don't know what else trying to do.
Like that because that means that you can if they let you get it, because first off you're not as fucked if you do J236B TK236B like Merkava just does like, well, I'm gonna grabby arm you, right, and you probably can still do that. Merkava maybe is not the best example, but like you can 2-2B and then you can literally TK J236B while sitting in your bubble.
Exactly.
And if they do something, you can EX whiff cancel out of it, right? Or do anything. It's kind of like I used to do this meme thing where you do 60. It's kind of a troll, but like you're at full screen. You do 63A purposely to whiff, like full screen DP. And then when you land, you EX 236C or 214C while they try to like scramble up and punish you because they're like, oh, they did an input error, and you're like, but not actually. But like you can do that, but with like a move that's like actually like not stupid, like not like a troll. Like you can actually 2-2B, and then if they try to do something, you can 214C or whatever, or just like it's like the first time you can actually protect your. It's like 2-layered. Like I don't know if you've ever done like backwards TK, and then as soon as you land, you set up B fireball. It's kind of like that, where you like, but instead of it like A, which like it pretty quickly, it only really counters somebody immediately trying to get on you. You can just like 2-2B and then TK, take 2-3-B, and you're like, okay, red light, green light, time to run forward.
Yeah. Again, like the neutral's gonna change for sure. Like, finally, you know, you can play like a bit no risk neutral without having to immediately try to run in as soon as you can or something.
Or learn backwards TK firewall.
Yeah.
Like one of her best like no commitment options, but it's like a little bit tough.
There's a moment here. So remember earlier I mentioned how it looks like 5C a little bit, right? 2-2B. So since I had CS, like this is like you can't really tell what the startup of this is until later. Like right here is like when you can kind of tell, right?
Oh wow, you're right. That shit does look like 5C.
Yeah. And then she just spins it in place. So see, Gordo's like exiting blocks at this point, like right here. And obviously, anyone can just press buttons there, but if you do 5B delay cancel 2-2A, that that's like the other layer. So this is just 2-2B CS. I believe this wasn't a green shield. Let me try to
Was
see.
that was 2GB, right?
Yeah, that was 2GB. Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So just
Wait, that's interesting. Go back. Could you go right when you see us?
okay.
All right, count the number of frames till we see a block marker.
Oh, for sure. Oh, it looks like
You can
crap.
use the period and the comma to frame by frame.
Okay, yeah, no, the issue is that I can't it doesn't look like I can render the 60 FPS version, so
Gotcha.
but it's fine. I'll just like count the steps. So 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13. So 1 through
Frame 13.
yeah.
Yeah, frame 13 is where you can CS it, and then
Mhm.
where I don't I thought it was slower than that, but
No, I think it is slower, yeah, cuz this is not 60 FPS.
it's 30 FPS. So
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, I'd be interested to know like what's the gap between startup and then it actually hitting, but probably can't tell it from here. You actually there was one time I actually have been meaning to go find it. You did the 22A FF J60 right on somebody on block.
I
and it
did.
blocked it.
Yeah, yeah. I was trying to mash out the 60 and it came out later than I wanted. But maybe it's a bit harder for maybe the timing is different than like doing like blocked normal into FF60 because you have to take into account block stop for 22A.
Yeah, hit stop. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Cool, because if you find that, you might actually be able to see how much block stun 22A has, and like yeah, how big of a gap between them leaving block stun and then them getting hit by like JB, like J60 JB. Or hell, even JA.
JA.
Like don't do immediate JA, because if you do immediate JA, whiffs. But if you do like delay JA, if you're close enough, because like you have to be close to do 22A anyway.
Right. Yeah, I'm really liking the the potential with the fact that it looks like 5C. But again, this wasn't a green shield, right? So
that shit is so funny. He
shielded.
He did 2C, and it vacuumed his 2C into the fireball.
Yeah. Oh, that is true. Yeah, the spacing was honestly not great considering it's
honestly,
Gordo.
he probably is. Yeah, honestly, like it's probably better for him and
yeah
to be vacuumed, but like that would be funny if it was like another character that has a dead zone close to them. Like for example, I think Linne, her 2C is better when you're like pushed out, from my understanding.
Yes.
And if you're closer to her, it tends to whiff. So that'd be kind of funny that you just like vacuum her in and then that shit whiffs.
Okay, I'm trying to see. Like, it doesn't look like I. Oh, and of course I didn't immediately fireball. I guess I was trying to see if you pressed anything because that's a big gap, right? I think yeah, backwards fireball would have been better, for sure, since it's Gordo. But considering there's enough time to even do a TK fireball, like. Yeah, no, there's like so much time, and I didn't do it right away, so I think there's so much time to make it like a frame trap, and you can even probably do B fireball, which is in some cases better if they're respecting. Yeah. And, similarly, if you do 2-2 ACS, like that's an even nicer way to check them. But I don't know how good of a starter it is. Oh yeah, okay, this is a good point to pause the animation. Oh, legit. It's like...
It looks very similar. It might have the same frames.
Yeah, up until like the charge, like the little increase animation starts, but yeah. Let me see.
I don't know. I feel this whole special series is like pretty useful. It's obviously not like they very much decided that she is not going to get a 2A low, and she, I haven't really seen that crazy difference of damage numbers, so
Yeah.
so she might kind of stay a little like a mediocre damage character, but the classic.
Yeah. Late to 140.
Bro, I literally beat Deeps to get out of pools at Combo Breaker and just fucking 2-4B no cancel dash. It was also like a dash up throw. It wasn't even like a tick throw, but it's just like the fear.
Oh yeah. When it's spaced like that. I mean, of course, if you see them green shield, then it's like the go ahead to do it.
Just for this shit.
Yeah.
Oh, that's weird. It looked like, when did he green shield?
Oh,
Wow.
he green
He
shielded the
must
5C.
Was he still in green shield right at that point?
Maybe.
That was like, that green shield was crazy early.
Yeah, let's see. Oh, yeah, it was. It was actually after the 5B.
Because then he shields.
Yeah, right there.
Does it really last all the length of 214B? Because you grid break him.
Oh, yeah, no. Out of block stun right there.
Yeah, he's out of block stun. So maybe he 1AD'd right before. Oh.
5A.
Oh, yeah, it was a 5A. Sorry, it wasn't a grid break.
But that was probably like 2 frames of the 5A. Yeah. Oh, I did not even notice the green shield there.
That was probably a CS. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the first green shield was a fuck up CS, and then he was like fuck, and then he CS'd, he did the thing where like, I didn't do the thing I wanted to do, and then I'm gonna do it again.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't.
I love. That is one of my
Yes.
favorite feelings is when you do the little like whoopsie, like the JFF juke.
Yeah.
It feels so good when you play this character.
Oh, I do that so many times against 3K, and honestly, I never get the combo off of it, but each time it feels like mental damage dealt. So yeah, agreed.
I usually do JB, and then I do delay JB, and then I land, and then I go into the crouch confirm.
Oh, nice. Yeah, sick. The one of the things I was like practicing to incorporate for DreamHack was using J8C like out of block stun, especially against Gordeau, because like you kind of have to.
Really? What
Yeah.
do you use JHC for?
Yeah, so like specifically to avoid command grabs, because like a lot of Gordeau players do like
Oh.
tick command grab, you know.
Right.
Um,
That is smart.
yeah, it's high reward because J8C is a good starter. I'll try to find. Okay, let me just do that right now. I'm not sure if I did it. Oh, okay, no.
I wonder if with 180 kind of, I mean, it's not completely gone. You can still plink into it, but like with it being not as common, I wonder if J8C, does J8C hit throw tech? Like, does it hit a stand techer?
It definitely hits stand techers, absolutely.
So that means that now if you're in that stand up, instead of the whiffing on 180, it'll hit the stand tech, which I mean it's still kind of awkward to like hit confirm when you're that high up, but I'm pretty sure you might be able to.
Yeah.
Hello, Bolt Struck.
What's up, Old Struck? The UNITY 2 discussions are going well. We've actually like analyzed a lot for how little we've gone through of the footage. Like we've probably gone through like 30% of the matches at best. So pretty good. I was gonna mention J8C I think whiffs on Lin. So I think at least it's pretty rough. But it's not like you need it against her. You just bully her other ways. There was this casual set I had with Mario before DreamHack. I think there was an 8C, J8C here, but I don't remember. Let me just fast forward. Yeah, I don't remember where it was.
I wonder if Wagner's gonna get the burn stuff back from SD. I haven't really seen much of the Wagner in...
Yeah, no, I've not either. I'm not sure if... Yeah, I'm not sure if people really go for it anymore these days anyway, right?
Yeah, well, ever since they nerfed the drill stuff that Red Blade did in SD, I don't think it's generally as worth. Because you don't get the full duration of the burn.
Right.
Because you could just like, keep fucking looping her stupid drill special.
Yeah. No.
You do like a metric ass loaded chip.
Right.
Like if you watch like Climax 2019 for like birthday versus Red Blade, that shit was like, kind of fun.
No, yeah, for sure. Doing more chip than supposedly Hyde, who's like the chip character, is I think kind of messed up. And it's like an actual win con for her because she can put you in throw range, or she can put you in range of death where throw would kill, which is a big deal for her compared to Hyde, where you know Hyde doesn't really have.
Well, you really do like just yeeting out that JC.
Yeah.
That one was like that was a bit far. Yeah.
Yeah, that one. I'm trying to find a moment where it connected. I can't remember if it was this set, but yeah, there was definitely one moment in time. If I can't find it, then I should. But I was just chilling.
And you said the normal cancel windows felt the same?
Yeah, they did. Now, of course, I think Uni has higher than average cancel windows in general, and it had been a while since I played, and so with that in mind, I couldn't gauge exactly if they had changed them, but it felt somewhat similar to what I remembered. So.
Why are you? Who are you playing in this match? Because you're playing like very clear Uni right now.
Yeah, this is against Mario. This was a long
Oh,
time
okay,
ago.
all right. I'm about to say you are not playing. You look like you're playing way more serious in this match.
No, yeah, this is UNICLR. This is from like April or something. Some time ago. Like I'm just trying to find like an old AJ8C
Oh, I'm
example.
sorry. I was like, this looks like. Yeah, I don't know. I'm dumb. I was like.
Oh, earlier this round.
I didn't even look at the UI. I'm retarded.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. Yeah. Boltstruck says there was a J8C earlier this round. Oh, there. Yeah, I
There
was
you
just
go.
completely
Yeah,
sleeping.
bro, you are a JHC enjoyer. Holy shit.
Yeah. I mean, it's good. I think it's.
I need to try it out more for sure.
Yeah.
For like ground to bar A.
If you're on not stick, I think it's way easier. Like, I always like.
Oh, that was the solve, I guess. That she probably was trying to get your 1D. He probably thought you were trying to shield the next normal.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, 5C no cancel. You know, that's like the Wagner classic.
Gray loves doing that. I was playing him in the, which to be fair, I'm fucking greedy as hell with my shield. So probably a good thing they're removing 180, so I can like fucking stop spamming it when I'm pushed out to B normal range.
Yeah, I think there was another example where it was a standing ground hit rather than like an air hit like this one was, but it's a good starter. Like this was definitely not like an optimal combo, but
Is Mario SoCal?
NorCal.
Are you NorCal? I thought you were SoCal.
I'm NorCal now. Yeah, I was in SoCal while I was in school still, but moved back here. Ice can I think if you mean hit me, Ice can hit me through my aerial with J8C last one and open my UNI2 uses for head and vuln. You know, when I like for a long time I didn't even know it was head and vuln. I think it wasn't until like just COVID, when COVID started, that I realized it was head and vuln. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean I use it for like the traditional in-ear, but like honestly I really should try to use it for ground situations.
Yeah, it's great. So yeah, that was all that was for that one. But back to the UNI2. Oh, yeah. So yeah, that was the moment there. But I think if you do JB, sometimes that doesn't start up soon enough to actually like hit, especially if they're crouching. But if you do JA and they're standing, or if you do just force function, then that's usually like good enough to salvage it if it misses. But
That was 2TB, right?
Yeah, that was 2TB. Oh yeah. This Ender. Yeah. I mean, this Ender's like okay, but
I feel like that's what I'm saying is like I feel like you'll probably want to do 2TB as late as possible, because if you just do it at like normal, like meaty timing, it's like I guess the benefit is B Fireball or like Force Function B Fireball or like TK B Fireball. That takes up like a lot more time to recover. So
right.
previously you might not be DP safe like in that scenario.
I actually did it pretty late here, and even the dash C was late, I think. Like let me see, recovering here. Oh no, the dash C was on time actually. But okay, so yeah, the dash C. Yeah, so yeah, the dash C was kind of on time, but I think I did 2TB pretty late. Not the latest, but.
So I'm really wondering if it's possible to do 2TB late enough that you can recover and throw them after they leave throw protection. Like basically kind of doing like a Landrekia setup, or like, you know, like a 2C force function, except instead of the fireball coming forward, it's like coming behind them. And it vacuums them, which has some interesting applications of like dealing the corner if you opt to do something after it.
Yeah, Gordo was definitely still in block stun, like well after I recovered, but I'm not sure if this was meaty actually.
Yeah, Bolt Stroke, we were talking about that earlier. So I don't know if you've played Type Lumina and like seen Ark's 214C Ender where she does like the side swap thing and like she kind of ambiguously falls. Like, I feel like there's probably like Rising JB setups to find, at the very least kind of like Grays, but like I feel like with the 2-2B and 2-2, especially like 2-2B, like the vacuum properties, because before it was kind of hard to vacuum people because you had to use like 214 ACS or like 214A, 214A, and then 214B. But like now, if you can like 2-2B and then like force function J6D and like right when they wake up is when the vacuum happens, and it's like kind of ambiguous as to when that happens. Like I don't expect it to be like a really hard like mix. I don't think it'll be like Mika, like a Mika corner 50-50, but I mean it could be like Phonons, which is like honestly not the hardest to block, but I mean people still get hit by that shit. So
yeah, I was rewinding this. I was so mad. I swear I CS that, but whatever, you know. Oh, okay. Here's the grid break. It shows up as a counter hit.
yeah, that is the one thing we have going for us, Boltstruck, is we like honestly has some lab rats and like honestly there's so much tech that is always discovered in the first 2 weeks from just like random like tech lords that play other games that like, because we have our own like army, but like for example Pseudo and Conra's the Japanese player, like all he plays is like what is the game where you can like shoot the walls out? It's like a 5v5 game. Like that's all he does, but he comes out of a cave and then just labs crazy Nanase combos every week.
Oh wow.
Like, or sorry, every like first week of game release, and then you never hear from him again.
No, yeah, I've never.
Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, I've never heard of the player. Is it? Do they post the combos on Twitter? Was that?
Yeah. He's like a fairly old player, but Conra's the guy that discovered the double sword car routes in like early ST. He's the first person I saw like tweet those routes, because double sword car was not known in EL, even though you can do them in EL, and they're probably optimal in EL.
Oh, definitely they are. Yeah. I mean, what else can she even do? You know. Yeah, no, I see what you're saying though. Did I ever pay attention to grid enough to see if I can't CS when I have less than one grid block even after winning cycle? No, unfortunately.
Is that a rule? I actually did not know about that.
I mean, I'm pretty sure you can still CS though, even if you have less than one grid block. Yeah, but no, I never tried it. What I did try was how much meter you can get when you cancel into CS, because when you cancel into CS on hit, I think you get less meter than if you did it raw. And that fact hasn't changed, so. Guard thrust was this?
Bro, it's gonna be a lot nicer not being like you can grid thrust without getting grid broken when you're playing Hilda.
Yeah.
Or Carmine. Although honestly, Carmine's kind of like whatever anyway. But
yeah, no, for sure. Hello.
Bro, I feel really bad for Carmine and going forward unless he has something super fucked up.
I mean, he has more grabs, I guess. One more grab. What's up, Chris? Yeah, this game is awesome. I mean, I'm literally getting back into this game because of UNI2. So, yeah, it's gonna be sick. I noticed that the glowing effect goes away in UNI2 when you go under one block. So I've been curious to see if my hypothesis is right. Yeah, that one we'll have to hold on. I'm not sure if anyone tested to that degree of precision. Trying to see if this was a punish because I don't know if it shows punish for guard thrust.
That would be interesting if you can't CS after, because what maybe that means like it's a tough cycle and then you just got CS and they don't want you to immediately CS if you're only like if you're like basically tied or something. I don't know.
I mean, you still have like the double CS situation though, right? And you don't have to have have to have grid for that. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't show punish for this, even though Gordo was in the middle of 2C.
Oh.
So.
Or does is it counter? Or does it always say counter if you grid thrust?
Yeah, that is weird. Yeah, it says counter, but not like the counter, you know, with red text. That is weird.
I don't remember.
Some of the new moves have me questioning why though. Do you mean like for example Batista's stuff? Oh yeah, go ahead.
I mean, they had to give Batista something. I do think it's I really hope that Batista cannot do 250-50s in the disco ball, and it's looking like she might be able to.
Yeah, I think so. What's up, Imperamon Gaming? It looks like a lot of people fouled through the minute I changed the title. I probably should have taken that into account. But anyway, I'm just thinking if the can't be counter it was the Batista trait, does that mean she doesn't have that trait anymore? Oh, you mean like she doesn't have a trait anymore at all? I mean, you know, she still has like a bunch of other moves in general. They gave her like a new force function thing, I think. So,
bro, I literally don't care. Like, honestly, I do not care as much about, like, yeah, JC being an overhead is, like, annoying, but, like, the fact that you can actually engage with her in neutral and when she has a life lead, when she has gems out, like, that matchup was actually so ass.
Yes.
Because, like, I don't know, like, if you're playing, like, it's standard Batista, like, a De Niro, like, the early Batista, or, like, Lolly Maiko, or like more of a traditional like Batista, it's like it's doable. But if you're playing like a Stranger or a Foxiv where they're like using like double or triple gem walls and like they're just using like really cursed like bullet patterns and like while still having the gems that like she can proc at any second with like a 5-frame or well, not 5-frame but whatever. Like, the fact that you couldn't actually deal directly with the gems was, like, actually, like, really... Like, you can watch Gray versus Foxiv, and, like, it was difficult to deal with.
Agreed. Yeah, killing gems at all is huge. And now we can do it with A-normals, which is universal, it seems like, for, like, objects. So, that's huge.
That's like a huge buff in general. Like,
yeah.
Honestly, like, yeah, like 5A hitbox could have been better, upper hitbox, but like, the fact that like, honestly, like the fact that you can 5A Ozzy is kind of fucked up.
It is
because Nanase's 5A is already like really horizontal. Like, yeah, it's 6 frames, which you know there are other characters that are in her same infighter tier that have 5-frame that are similar lengths, but like it. Before, if you were to 5B Ozzy, Chaos would throw the book at you, and he would like 5A recovers so much faster, and it also goes pretty far. So it's that matchup I feel is going to be a lot easier.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think it was already like pretty doable.
Yeah,
and
it was already already like it was already a good matchup, but
Yeah.
neutral or whatever.
Agreed. I'm curious if Kimone will just leave her in this state, or if she will simply appear with an even more broken trait when the game releases. Just confia. Yeah, gems are really hard to navigate around. Yuzu 2A gonna make that matchup super rough for Chaos. Okay, I'm wondering if Yuzu's 2A is now like a 6 frame, like, cause I don't know why, but like I for some reason thought for a long time that it was 6 frames, and then the minute I learned it was 5 frames, I was like, no way. You know.
It's crazy.
Yeah. But you know, Yuzu's a hard character to balance because she's like very hard, right? She's difficult to play, but in the right hands, like we've seen it before with Kure, but pretty much only like as far as like tournament results, at least. Kure's like.
I mean,
go ahead.
They just got the best buff though. Rollback netcode. So
Yeah.
like they actually can practice online.
That's true. Yeah. So I hope we'll see like again, like, you know, Yuzu continue to develop in terms of tournament settings, because it's pretty hard to play very stably with her, even though like in theory world she's like one of the best characters, if not like top 2, right? So it's easily in contention for the best 2A. It would still be okay if it were 6 frames here. I mean, yeah, 5A being 5 frames is fine. For some reason her 5A is 5 frames and Gordo's 5A is 6 frames, right? Like that doesn't make any sense.
Right.
But yeah, agreed. Let's see.
One thing that one last comment on Yuzu, like a meta development.
Yeah.
Is, and I'm interested because Boltstruck plays a lot of. I'm pretty sure Bolt plays a lot of the Northeast Yuzu, and before, like you had to have like a 236 punish game that was on fleek, but like now with Celestial as a threat, like they can't just be like keep fucking like walling you with Batu, because you're also dashing forward. So like I feel like it's a lot more like, especially maybe Phonon too, but like if you shield enough of the Batus, you're gonna pop into Celestial with like fucking max bars, which is kind of an interesting dynamic to Summer the Zoner. Because Photon does the same thing. She like spams a bunch of keep out moves and like fireballs, which are 2 hits, which you can double shield. And like if that allows you to pop Celestial, that's like pretty dope.
Yeah. No, if we can think of like actual ways to make use of it, and you know that was probably the purpose of Super C. Oh yeah, what's up, Comerican? Thank you. Yeah, if there's a way to actually, you know, finally make use of the whole purpose of Super CS, as it used to be called way back, and which is still in the game, by the way, but just no one uses it. Celestial hopefully is gonna encourage that a little more if people like take more awareness to it. The problem is like CSing in other situations is just generally so much stronger. So we'll have to work like really hard to find a way to make use of Celestial, right?
Well, like Celestial, you just straight up get 12 block, right?
Yeah.
If you have Vorpal and you have 6 blocks and you're just sitting on it, and then you either concentrate or whatever, then you instantly just pop 12. And then I did the math. I think you can, depending on if you start 100 meter or 200 meter, you can do 4 to 5 combos without CVO, which is kind of absurd.
Mm-hmm.
But the other thing too is with VO Boltstruck with, or I guess both of you. I think I talked about this with Gray. So if you VO Ender, even though you don't VO strip, you get immediate block and a half of grid from hitting them. And then if you were already at like 3 blocks, so now you're at like 4.5. If you can concentrate for 44 frames or 30 frames or whatever, then you could potentially forcefully pop Celestial, which then you could run a strike throw that has that. Now it's not as good as if you were like Hyde or like, or maybe more accurately like Wagner, where you could like Celestial meter dump in that state, but I mean that's still kind of interesting because you also have VO steroids still.
Yeah, the I realize now you're right. Like if you're getting Celestial just straight up, you know, off of concentrating, which by the way, concentration doesn't require any, or concentration doesn't take any meter anymore. So that does mean, like, you know, you can just do it whenever you want. Cycle management will hopefully be a lot more thoughtful now. I still have no idea how people are going to use like Hilda. You know, Hilda can just do like something like 623C a bunch. I don't know.
Yeah, I was talking to Casey, who's the Hilda in the Pacific Northwest, and I find it hard to believe that they're gonna let Hilda have like 75% refund. Like,
Yeah,
because her verbal trade is she gets meter back. I find that very hard to believe, but they've done stupider stuff, so who knows?
that was residue from Vanilla Uni where she had 400 meter, but she didn't get refunds off of it, thankfully. You feel, Chris, you think it feels like it's also to compensate for a lot of characters getting 100% meter moves? But they just changed the input, I thought. Like for Hyde's Palebringer, it's just a different input. They didn't really add any, like, that's not a new move necessarily.
I'm gonna miss doing the 66X mix-up versus Oriamans that just fuck up the Sacred Spire. To be honest. They'll just like sit there and you know they dropped it.
Yeah. VO is really good at controlling meter in general. If you can manage to get Celestial, you refund a ton of it too. VO still is frozen by CS, right? Like, I think if that hasn't changed, then maybe Byakuya players will still do their, you know, VO CS, or they probably won't VO mid combo anymore like that. But wait, no, what am I thinking? They won't Vorpal strip, but they'll still with VO and then IW or something.
Yeah, for the damage steroid. Dude,
Yeah.
Thank God for being able to not only kill webs with anormals and projectiles. That's
Yeah.
the thing, is like that means that you're probably going to have to do the charged B fireball, because the charged B fireball has a like a more vertical thing.
Yeah.
But you could literally do that and then just let it go forward, and he's gonna have to dash block into it, kind of like the Nanase mirror, where he's gonna have to dash block into it to protect his own web. And while he's doing that, you can assault the JB or whatever.
Yes. Yeah. No, yeah. The Byakuya matchup. I mean, people already think that like Nanase can kind of, you know,
Yeah,
beat
it's
up
already
Byakuya.
like,
Yeah.
yeah.
But this is
It
gonna
was-
make it even more so.
Yeah, that goes without saying, Chris. That Byakuya players actually having to play the game. That's crazy.
Right. No long. Okay. 3K kept telling me like, oh, if you destroy the web and you lose grid, like, you deserve it. And I'm like, come on, you know. Yeah, Byakuya players finally having to manage grid like everyone else. Let's go. I mean, Byakuya is still gonna be like, Byakuya Ogizeme is still gonna be strong though. It's not like he won't have any like throw guesses, and people will still be getting throw looped in the corner. So I believe that has not changed. So yeah.
I think there's actually another Nanase. It's not you. There is I think it might be Sky Autumn, who.
Oh.
I mean, I don't know which of the three VODs it's in. He was using the custom color.
Oh, okay. Yes. Yes, I think you're right. I remember someone saying like there's another Nanase on stream. Oh, okay. Was CG the first one to play against Kamone? No. I guess the developer. Okay, yeah, it was in the other one.
I mean, Nanase still has free corner carry and throw loops, to be honest. But
True.
I can't be throwing too many bricks in the glass house. Bro, yeah, I literally was getting so pissed off with the Twitch. It's so annoying that the Twitch VOD looking, like the normal Twitch thing, doesn't let you like frame by frame. So
Yeah.
I was like, fuck it, I'm just going to leech the shit out of these VODs and repost them for the greater good.
No, yeah, I mean, we know they're not uploading this. That's the way they are, unfortunately. Let me see. Oh, was it not in this one? Or did they have,
I thought it was,
because maybe it's...
also, I didn't realize this VOD was literally 3 hours long when I ripped it.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of did. I actually did chop out some of the stuff.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
It's you playing Batista.
Why does the preview just get so blurry during this? It's weird.
Oh, that was when Spoinkman, my local, played Hilda.
Mm-hmm. Did Laundrika get any sauce? Let me get the change log link. I actually should probably make a Reddit post for that because a lot of people don't
Foxev
know.
was complaining because, yeah, basically there wasn't really anybody playing. Like, Lakia did show up once on stream, but that, like, really outside of the one thing you did for Carmine, like, there wasn't really anybody there for Carmine. There wasn't anybody there for Waldstein, really. There wasn't really anybody there for, yeah, Wand.
Mm-hmm. The Carmine footage I got was very specific to Spinish's question, so...
I think that Landricki is going to be, like, potentially in a really good place this game.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's already, like, lawn stocks were going up, but I think that the system changes probably benefit him. I mean, he doesn't, he's kind of like Carmine. Some of his stuff can be double shielded, so he might have a little bit harder time making sure he doesn't accidentally make people go into Celestial, but...
Yeah, I don't think many people were testing Laundrika stuff specifically. But yeah, there you are. That's the change list. I'll do a Reddit post after the stream. Oh yeah, Chaos. Chaos is kind of like as it goes. I guess has been a trend for a while now. He's like a completely different character almost.
Really?
Not like completely, but the change on his role means that the setups for
Oh, he
for the
can't
cross
do
up
the,
are slower.
he can't do the Ozzy cross up.
It's just gonna be slower. I don't know if it might be still be possible honestly, but it's definitely slower, which I think was their intent. And then
Yeah, but
oh yeah,
go ahead. Sorry. No, go ahead.
Yeah, and I think his new force function. What was that?
Oh yeah, she has a new. It's kind of like Mika. You know how like Mika has 214B, and you can like use it to do green shields if they're like shielding you out.
Oh.
So
okay.
that's what I think that's the intended function of that. But you can tech it. It's like a command, like a really slow command throw.
I see. Yeah. Yeah. Chaos's new force function is like the fire breath or something, and then because I think I'm trying to remember who it was. I think it was Bishop that was trying to show me. Chaos's. Oh, I'm sorry.
I would say Bolt said something that was like really funny with like a lot of these things, like you know like Waldstein has the ground pound that looks like projectile, and then Chaos has the fire breath. Bolt said like he's like, oh yay, another thing I get a 2 through 6 through, and I'm like, I felt that.
Yeah. Yeah. Some of the new moves definitely like characters. Some characters got more than others. Chaos. I'm trying to remember the other move he got because the other move he got is like actually pretty cool. But like the only thing I remember about it right now is that it was cool, but I can't remember what it was.
Well, yeah. Bolt, I'm interested in what you think about, because like I actually like very rarely get to play Enkidu because Rakir, I don't really see him that much online, and he's also kind of like, I'm like in the Midwest, so like I'm like kind of can get 4 frames to both like coasts, but I don't get to play. I never really played CG either, and the Enkidus that were in the Midwest retired.
Oh yeah, okay 4FF. Yes, that must have been it. Yeah, I guess what Kamada really wanted was just to get rid of the cross up stuff, because you could do it like, you know, 2A cancel into force function and that, you know. You have to really train your reactions for that. But if you can only do it off of dash, then it's gonna be much slower and harder to set it up. Enkidu was hype. Agreed. Better than Akatsuki, but you know, one day Akatsuki will get there.
Honestly, I feel like Akatsuki's like Cat and Falcon. It's part of their nature to be just the character be bad. Like you can't take that culture away from Akatsuki.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, at least Kamone seems to be doubling down on the hits hard archetype though. Like he still does a lot of damage. But yeah, it's rough. That matchup can go either way. Whoever plays better footsies and strike throw wins. 4C is really annoying for us, but 2B, 2C are really annoying for Enkidu. I see, yeah.
Bro, 4C is a fucking jump scare button if
Yeah.
I've ever seen one. Holy shit.
Yeah, 4C is a little too good. I mean, he needs it, yeah.
It's literally my litmus test. Like, if I run into an Enkidu in pools, and they aren't mashing 4C like their fucking life depends on it when not like the first interaction with Nanase, then I'm like, okay, this is probably fine. But if they're mashing that, I'm like, oh shit, bro. I'm scared now, bro.
Yeah. It has head invincibility too, huh? Crazy move. So yeah, Twang faced Kamone as well. Kamone basically knows every character, so.
Maybe it's in the 44-minute VOD?
Probably, yeah. I didn't see it there. Let me try this one again.
Mysterious Heroine X. I'm just like looking at character portraits.
Oh yeah, no, they did a great job. I think. It again, it feels like it's a new game, which I think that's always good. You know, Unis to UNICLR, kind of hard to tell it's a new game, until you actually play it, right? But
I just wish the UI.
Oh,
I like the BB tag style portraits. Is it in the first one? And we just like missed it. The first VOD.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it has to be, right. Okay, well, it's not this. Yeah, the new art and the character select is clean indeed. I agree. You know, I think like the art for the characters themselves, it's kind of hit or miss. I think some of them do look better, and then some of them are not as much. But
Wagner's looks sick. Nanase's got the duck face. I don't like Nanase.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Nanase's little.
They have this weird obsession with not drawing the bottom line of an anime nose, and it looks like shit, in my opinion.
Agree. Yeah, especially from the what's it called, the angle, like the angle of her head. You know.
Yeah.
Nanase is so happy. It's great. I mean, yeah, she's happy, but happiness only goes so far to carry the art, you know. I did not see.
This is crazy. I'm trying to. Was there 4? Well, maybe was there 4 VODs and I just didn't upload all 4?
You know, okay. There was someone didn't upload. I think it was this guy.
All right, so Street Fighter.
Because I'm pretty sure I ripped the entirety of every VOD.
Yeah, no, I think so. But I vaguely remember seeing like a Nanase in one of these like other uploads someone did. No, yeah, not this. Yeah, I don't remember. Lynn's nose is peak as a mage. Yeah, no, I can't remember either. Oof.
Maybe I accidentally edited it out by accident.
Yeah, no worries. Oh, someone put timestamps already. Oh, Deska. Okay, Deska was in the chat earlier. Nice. Oh, it might have been this one, maybe. No. Mm,
Yeah, that's the guy. That's the.
yeah.
So that's day one. Let me.
Yeah, it's definitely, yes. Here we are. So this was when Kimone was fighting people.
Oh yeah, yeah. The annoying version about that VOD is like he just kind of arbitrarily flipped it.
Yeah, he apparently he was just trying to show new moves, but you know, yeah, it was arbitrary. Oh, apparently that new Byakuya move is a low. That's super annoying.
Yeah, it's like basically Hilda 22X series.
Yeah, yeah.
I was so I don't know if you guys saw the clip that I posted where you can actually jump out of 2TC.
Oh, was this Hilda?
No. So I play Untold all the time, and like Hilda's 22C is unfuckwithable. Like
Oh, okay.
it full screen tracks. It is the size of the Eiffel Tower. You actually can't juke it. You cannot J60 at any point and avoid it in the air.
Yeah.
And it's air unblockable. And she does one other special after it, and it does like immediately 6K. So I was super afraid as soon as I saw that Byakuya had that it would be like that, which it doesn't look like it hits very high at all if you see that one Twitter clip.
Yeah, thankfully. And, you know, he already has Dash C, so, you know, I mean, I personally, like, Byakuya's neutral isn't that great, but I think he does have enough long-range moves, and he doesn't need more. I'm kind of biased too, though, so. Yeah, I'm just gonna look through the day one VOD, see if it's there.
I think it's, I don't know if I accidentally cut it off or what, but I could not find it.
Yeah, it. When during the day would it have even been? That's the thing too. Oh, here.
Okay. I must have just clipped it.
Okay.
Or I mean, either that or he played one game and got one and done.
Mm-hmm. Why play neutral when you're an advantage?
I'm gonna miss the old character select music.
Me too.
It's so iconic.
Yeah, I also missed the gibberish under like recurring void effect. Maybe it's still there, but it's even tinier. Nope.
What's interesting about this Nanase is he actually has combos. He was doing the nuclear route, the JBB charge 2C like TKB fireball one.
Oh yeah.
Which was like I was trying to figure out who it was.
I wonder if
Probably
Kimone
me,
was.
I would have hit 5B again. What were you saying?
Yeah, I wonder if Kimone played Nanase himself throughout the day. The French bread
Yikes.
floating words. You know, those, I mean, you know, no one ever reads them, but I thought they were cool, just aesthetically.
You'll love to see sword card in here when it actually works. My man is swinging. Yada. Dude, I love her new voice lines.
They're awesome.
Yada. It's like the typical, like, I don't know, like Sundara female MC.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that was a good jump. He knew. Kimone knew. Thanks. Although actually he could have EXDP'd that 214A on whiff, and he would have grid broken him because he was jumping. These are advanced memes.
Yeah, I still haven't gotten used to whiff canceling. Oh yeah, you're right. Those are the new route. I've never learned.
That's what I was saying. I was kind of surprised. I was trying to figure out who it was. Ooh, yeah, that's probably the dash. Probably dash TK or something. Ba-doo-doo, ba-doo-doo. Ooh, that guy. I was actually going frame by frame on that. If you, well, I guess we can't rewind because it's Twitch, but
Yeah.
I was going at first. I thought that hit like higher than normal, but then I like frame by frames. Like, yeah, right. That's actually like, I did actually check the like that seemed higher than normal, but I was looking at the hitbox on the wiki, and it seemed like the hitbox was up that high in the picture that Wish put. So I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that was typical. Oh yeah. I think Kimone is like consistently VOing after being grid broken just to show that it's that's new.
Well, I'm excited for 4AA pressure.
Yeah, it's so much better than pressing 8 and then they get hit by it and you accidentally jump.
Bro, 5A is gonna do so much work in this version. I mean, it already kind of does, but it's gonna do even more because you can counter hit, it can kill shit, and like literally optimal pressure is gonna be 5A delay, 2A, 2B, GG. Bro, I don't know what they were thinking, Bolt Struck, with the 5AA. That's like stupid as.
Yeah.
Well, they also made they made NBA CC where they have the auto combo in that older game. It's like, oh, it's your favorite. JC.
Yep. Oh, what was that?
Interesting.
Oh yeah, you were asking about that. So there you go. The increase fireball. Yeah, they still tech out, unfortunately. No blaze blue counter hit carries.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's because the main advantage of the hit confirms with it is it makes the second hit. It makes the first hit have more untech time. While it also uncaps the proration and stuff, but you lose the extra untech time because of it's a double fireball.
Yeah, exactly. Why would they give Byakuya that 2-2x move? Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying, Crow. And it's a low.
You gotta give him something.
Yeah, I mean, of course, they heavily nerfed, and deservedly so. They heavily nerfed the web and grid interactions. But I do not think he needed outright the 2-2x move. But, at least... I mean, because people didn't really fully explore the teleports yet, right? Like, it's still... I feel like there's still a lot left to be explored for that. So he can stand back in 2-2x, you trying to clear the webs in the corner. Yeah. I don't like that.
Can you go back real quick?
Oh, yeah. Yep. Like, here?
Yeah, when she did the 5B. One thing I've been wondering about is, if you pause real quick, right now, there's a lot of characters that you can do, normal, and then you buffer a special that's safe on block behind it, and if you hit, then you hit confirm with that special, and if you hit on block, and if you whiff, nothing comes out, and then if you hit on block, you do that safe on special block move and whatever. So the main limitation is 22A is kind of short and it probably doesn't have the greatest vertical, but like I'm wondering, because one issue we always have, right, is with 5B, like 5B, 5C, and like 5B, 5A don't like, it doesn't like hit confirm like when they're jumping out.
Yeah.
So I'm curious if like in this next interaction, like if you can 5B 22A instead of 5B 5B, like I mean this is gonna be counter hit, so it's like 5B 5B. So I would assume 5B 22A probably connects, but even like 5B into just 22A immediately, as like a safe poke hit confirm, because you can't do like 5B 214B because that's just like wildly unsafe.
Yeah.
And then like 5B 236A whiffs, if they're getting hit up back. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fantastic point. The opportunities for 2-2A, and hopefully it has enough hit stun. If it doesn't, that's not gonna help that much. But I would hope it does, considering they wanted to make it safe on block. I imagine they want you to special cancel it if they
right
there. Yeah.
I mean, I would 214B can be conditioned. You can kind of space it, but like it would be nice to be like any other special character that can put something's face on block without trying to play a Mario Party game. Oh, that's interesting. I like that line on Sword Car. It's like I think she's saying rate, like the REVE, like the name of the move.
Oh, Rev.
Rev?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Ooh, hurt box extension.
Oh, that caught? No way.
Right, bolt struck.
That's so. How did that catch the backdash?
Bro, I love sniping people, because people always think that the B or A, like they kind of forget that she does have a C version,
Mm-hmm.
and then they do the Pikachu surprise face when you hit him with the C version mid screen.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh,
Oh,
I don't know about the fuzzy jumping into web. You
Wait.
just need to stamp block those.
Is Byakuya's 2-2X special cancelable? There's no way, right?
Well, you probably 2-2A and then 2-2C probably, or 2-2A into
Oh, okay. The follow-up.
2-3-6C or something like that.
Yeah, I saw Kimona did like the web follow-up, so maybe it's just a follow-up. But I haven't looked at Byakuya's command list, so.
I mean, I think you can do web sling after all of his specials, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he just did the web sling right there on the 2-2X.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Can you rewind that?
Yeah. Let me.
When it's sword car, do you think? Can you try to pause on the like the when sword car hits?
Yeah.
Because I would have thought that sword. I guess sword car is too low. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, they must just have the same hitbox.
Yeah. It clears the ground web, but not the web there.
Yeah. That something that I was actually wondering about. Like, I actually thought they might make the C follow-up somewhat useful, like outside of combos. Like if it, like basically like 3D. Like I thought they might do something like 3D with the C pass-through, because it actually has intangible frames and it also has projectile invuln, but it's the recovery is so ass that you generally can't use it for anything.
Mm-hmm.
Even against characters with like really slow recovery, like a Katsuki or something. So I thought that's something we would probably want to test, but I mean I doubt it changed.
Yeah. Like I really do hope they have the booth again at CEO Otaku, which is the next event. So yeah, I mean, if it's releasing early 2024, it's probably going to be the similar thing as Red Bull Conquest, where they have the UNICLR demo there.
Yeah, we're gonna have Wish there. Like, cause when Clear came out in 2020, me and Wish, cause they had the demo out at a bunch of other stuff, but that was the first time they had Nanase. Me and Wish literally camped the booth, and me and him would always go on the setup. We almost found like every single change in it. Like there was actually, I don't think like we initially misreported the 214C invuln, but that was because I originally did it against this Gordo who just like could not be taught to like mash shit. But when me and Wish got on the setup, we were able to like basically create a dock that was like actually pretty much identical to what they released.
Oh,
I
that's
think
nice.
we even figured out like JBB was faster, but I think with like Wish and like more like prepared for the demo being like there, we can actually like figure out some stuff.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it would be nice if there were more than just 2x. Like maybe they increased or decreased the increased the active frames or decreased the recovery frames or something. I don't know.
Yeah, a good shield punish. Or... Ooh, yikes. It was probably supposed to be TKB fireball.
Yeah. Wait. What? Oh, he's trying to whiff it. Okay. I was like, Cornet trying to Vorpal strip?
I think Karushi actually checked that, and I think it's still like super minus, unfortunately.
It's the same. Yeah. Whatever it was in Claire, it's the same.
That's crazy. Why? I don't know. I don't understand why 214B is more safe than 204A.
Yeah.
It actually doesn't make sense. It's like a mid.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's okay. There's still time to save that move. What are they gonna do to save it?
We're gonna be saying that. We're gonna be saying that in like UNICLR or Uni, like the 5th version of Uni. Like we're finally gonna have a use for 214A.
Yeah, maybe they just need to remove that move and replace it with something else. Like
I literally only use it for memes and like very, very, very specific like fireball sets.
Yeah.
Where I need it unblockable and I don't want to spend money on J214C. Like you can use it, like technically you can use it in some pressure strings to like crush OSs with
Yeah.
dive, but it's like you could just do something else and it's also not make it unsafe.
Yeah, J214C seems to be the only useful version of the move. After the game comes out, I'll say they can save it in a... well, I mean, the game... I never use J214A. J214B is just better in almost every situation. Yeah. I mean...
I think it's a little... yes and no. I feel like if they're like certain characters that just immediately want to JA and they can actually reach you, sometimes the speed of A matters. In like those fireball sets where you be fireball, you jump in the air, then like you expect them to like diagonally jump at you. But I do agree. Like even in those situations, there's a lot of times where you can use the 214B, like that little like air suspension thing, and just get even a little bit higher.
Yeah. Yeah, but here's to hoping. I mean, the character was strong and clear. A lot of people, even in Japan, thought highly of the character. So maybe her not getting too much more means that she can hopefully stick in the same place among the cast. Cheezy, was there anything else you wanted to mention for like regarding Nanase UNI2 stuff?
No, not really. I think we freestyled it pretty well.
Yeah, for sure. I was going to talk a little bit about the side tournament. Not too much, though, because I'm definitely feeling it in my eyes right now.
All right, cool.
But yeah, for those of you that didn't catch it, we did the side tournament for UNICLR this past weekend at EVO. The way EVO handled the side tournaments this year was particularly strange. That's as far as I'll say. There's a lot that can't really be said about it, unfortunately. But at least the good part, I think the games, like the matches themselves, were like really good. The top 6 had a lot of surprises. I think Twing had a strong performance, which a lot of people were like happy about. So that was cool to see. There was also Silent's sick run in losers top 6. After I think he lost to Kai in the winners finals of the pool, if I remember correctly. So there were a lot of good matches. Oh, I clicked on the wrong channel. Oops. But there was there was like a little bit of it that I wanted to watch while we're here, and then I'll close out the stream. But yeah, I guess one other thing that I wanted to say, the seating ended up like not mattering too much because of like some of the upsets that happened in pools. But I know that some people were not too happy with the regional splits. So like if you're one of those people, definitely let me know, because this is my first time seating like a tournament that had people from like multiple regions. So I'm definitely willing to hear any feedback on that. But yeah, otherwise it was a sick tournament. Oh, was there anything you wanted to say?
Yeah, I remember seeing the very first version of the seed,
Mm-hmm.
and it was like, because like Orion was like, there's a couple people that were like really high, and then like there's some people that were like unseeded. But I mean, that's kind of expected if you don't like know a lot of the people. But it's Evo, like you have people literally from everywhere.
Yeah.
So
No, yeah, I for sure did not know about Kai's name change, so that threw me
Yeah.
off.
that's like annoying. To be honest, like it is kind of funny, but it's like unless you're like Silent and Jew have had those kind of meme names for like a while leading up to the tournament,
Right.
and they generally tell people. So yeah.
Yeah, I remember Silent's name change, but yeah, not Brandon's. Oh yeah, another thing too. So this kind of messed up the seating from like very early on, but basically Klim DQ'd. But he was at the event, and he even came like to the pools later on, and is like, "Am I still in the tournament?" Because I think the bracket runner like marked him as like DQ'd from the whole thing rather than just DQ'd from winners. So that certainly like messed up the seeding, because Klim was like maybe top 8, like he was like within the first 8 seeded people. So yeah. Brandon has been rocking Kai for a while though, at least, so I think he's sticking with it. I see. Yeah, I admittedly I haven't really been following uni tournaments lately. So for the seeding, I pretty much just looked at like the start.gg profiles and see what stuff people entered prior. And yeah, I definitely completely missed that Brandon was one of those people. But yeah, speaking of which, I don't know if this detail was like well publicized, but Silent had a lot of stick issues throughout the tournament, and he was still able to make top 2. So, you know, if there's anything to be said about that, I think he went through like maybe at least 3 people's sticks throughout the tournament.
Bro, when doesn't Silent have a stick problem though? To be honest.
Yeah. Okay. True.
I'm just saying he generally complains about that. Not that it's not true, but like it's kind of like I heard that and I was like, all right.
Yeah. Fair. I mean, it is, you know, it's a completely different dynamic playing on someone else's stick. Not because like, oh, their stick is like worse, but you just aren't used to the feel sometimes, you know.
Right.
But yeah, on the other hand, Mario himself hasn't really been grinding the game for the past couple months, and this is not something that would have been immediately obvious looking at the recent tournaments, because of course he finished second at DreamHack, and I can't remember his placement at Combo Breaker, or if he even went. But regardless, he'd been placing pretty well lately, right? But I was like basically like I heard from him himself that he was like gonna focus on SF6, but he still decided to enter uni, and he looked pretty solid still. Like maybe not as good as like Slashback, but to me at least, like he he definitely looked reasonably good in this tournament. Is the guy strangling the sticks to have gone through 3? Oh, so I had to reread that like a few times. I don't mean like he went through like 3 sticks, but like he was just trying different people's sticks, I think. Because you know he wanted to feel comfortable as possible. But yeah, anyway, we'll finish watching this grand final set, and then I'll close off the stream. Silent actually had like pretty good momentum going into the grand final specifically. Again, like he had to go through. I can just pull it up briefly, but he had to go through at least 4 different people. If you include losers top 8, which again I still don't know why they decided to go with the top 6 stuff, but here we are. Just trying to see exactly who he had to go through. So he went through Lunar, CG, Knots, and Brandon, and then had to face Mario. And that was after losing to Brandon in pools. So I think by the time he got to grand finals, like he was at least like regained his composure momentum wise. But I think that was his first time playing against Mario in the tournament, so just didn't like adapt in time to the Wagner stuff. And I think everyone was going for tournament combos too, so for Phonon especially that kind of sucks.
I really liked Mario on commentary.
Yeah.
No, I was just saying that was really good.
Yeah, it was good to have him on there too. I think he was about to just leave until 7, which was when the top 6 started, but he came back, and yeah, it was good to have him there. I was gonna commentate, but it was just too much going on, so I was just like,
yeah, dude. Whenever I run, I commentated at Mosh Pit, but like, which is the Lake House tournament I run, but it's like, it's still like, I usually don't have a lot of time until it's like the very, very end of the bracket, and even then I'm like running like a ton of other brackets.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's tricky. It didn't help too that the stream itself, like, you know, obviously you guys saw like there were a lot of sound issues, but even like beyond the sound issues, OBS on Linux specifically just like crashes a lot. So I was trying to avoid having to like restart anything because that causes like a really weird breakage in the VOD. But at least they seem to be recoverable enough. I also didn't like that we weren't given like wired connection or like not public Wi-Fi, but there's not that much that can be done about that.
Who's on commentary right now?
This is Deeps and Kotayakal. Deeps is NorCal, and Kotayakal is, I think, North County, San Diego.
Is it true that 2GIG moved from NorCal to Boston?
Ooh, that one I don't know. I haven't been to the NorCal locals since June, so if anything happened between then and now, then I wouldn't know. Did you hear that like recently?
Yeah, I don't remember who I heard it from.
I see. Because yeah, if so, that means it'll be only Octo and I with the non-SA rep.
Is Octo NorCal too?
I don't know exactly where Octo is, but they've gone a few times to the NorCal Dogfight locals.
It's always like a big, like, I have no idea like who's NorCal and who's SoCal.
Oh yeah.
All I knew is you were SoCal because you went to college at USC, right?
Yeah, UCLA. But yeah,
Sorry, yeah.
yeah. After I finished up there, and you know, like locals were already like kind of dying down down there. So after I finished up there, I was like, yeah, I'm out, you know. But I think now that UNI2's announced, they're gonna start up stuff again.
And there it is, Mario DP went to the game, and we have
Yeah, Mario was just feeling everything.
Hit him with the Mamma Mia.
Yeah. I think was that BDP? I didn't see
I
it.
know, like EXDP, but
That drop could have been it. That could have been the tournament right there. But now we're alive. We're being nice and safe. And there it is.
oh no,
Mario
it
DP.
was.
Went to the game, and we have an
You just did BDP probably.
Congrats to Mario, taking it first.
I'm checking right now how many hits it is.
But here he is, still taking the bracket, showing he still got it. He still definitely has it. Really close in winners finals to drop it in there, but able to secure it with a secondary and just takes it over silent and grand.
But yeah, I still need to watch over the other matches and then timestamp them. It's been after I got back on Monday, I was like, I need to sleep, so I've been lazy about it.
All right, well,
Yeah,
I'll drop off.
yeah, for sure. It was good having you on, dude. Thank you so much for joining.
Yep, and it was fun. Thank you for letting me rant about Nanase.
Yeah, no, for sure, for sure. Hopefully we can get more info later down the line.
For sure. See ya.
All right, see you. And yeah, all of you that are still in the stream will close off soon after I find Wagner's DP data. Okay, so the wiki doesn't even say the hits, unfortunately. It just says the damage. So I'd have to do like training mode right now to see, but I don't feel like doing that. So we'll just leave it at that. All right, all of you, thank you so much for joining the stream today. It was a pretty long stream, to be honest. I didn't expect it to be a little over 4 hours, but I guess we had a lot to talk about. You think it was BDP? Yeah, I think so too. But it was hard to see because the tail end of it got cut off by the stream transition. But yeah, good night, Boltstruck. Thank you for coming along too. It was good having you in the stream chat. And yeah, the rest of you, hope you have a good night. Or, you know, depending on wherever you are in the world, hope you have a good rest of your time in whatever day you're in. Yeah, it was a chill stream. I'm glad that it was as chill as can be. And yeah, I hope to see you guys another time. I don't really stream routinely. I just stream whenever I feel like it. So whenever the next time is, you know, if you see the notification, feel free to come through, say hi.
Sitting here with
And yeah, until then,
in our laps,
see you all next time.
Pillow and some. I really do. I love the coordination with that pillow and your.
Oh no, this is a fat high.